It is day 2 of my big weekend. We have 2 visual novels we'll be going through today. 9 of the Lesbian Vampires and A Pinch of Magic. Also, I need to start getting my stuff put on to my YouTube channel so I can start linking it for you guys. And I also have to set up things like Nightbot and make my musical box track. There's a lot of things I have to do, but I'll probably do them by next week. Because today and tomorrow, there's not going to be enough time to do all that. I'm not sure if both of them have background music, but I do know the first one does, and the first one is Night of the Lesbian Vampires. These shouldn't take that long, especially because there's not as many routes, at least in this game. I don't quite remember about A Pinch of Magic, but even so, if there's too many routes, we'll just have to do only a couple of them, and then end it there. But I did this one first, so that way we have as much time as possible to get through the rest of the routes in the next game. I think that's it. Alright. Should show up here in just a second. Yep, there it is. So, before I start, there was a quick trigger warning, content warning for this game, and while I don't remember it perfectly, I believe it had something to do with mild profanity, a bit of blood, obviously, and some sexual scenarios. Of course, I would not have chosen this game if I felt that it was inappropriate for general audiences. Well, under the age of 18, it should be okay. So, if anyone's worried about that, it shouldn't be a problem. So let me just make sure that all my options are good. Screen shake. Self-voicing.
Self-voicing enabled. Toggle self-voicing selected. Self-voicing disabled.
I hate that. It's nice that it talks, but it doesn't have... Don't like that. Let's see. I prefer my font size to be large. This should be fine. Disable. I'm not sure what those two things mean. If it starts getting too word heavy, I will have to go get my glasses. Today for a drink, I have a big old container of something that is blue. See, the place says it has a coconut flavor. The place I got it from says coconut flavor. Blue coconut, whatever that's supposed to mean. I disagree. I disagree wholeheartedly that it is flavored as anything other than your generic lemon lime soda. There's no coconut to be found, no blue anything, no fruity, no nothing. Nothing tropical. You You get like maybe a single note of it right at the end. But nothing else. Nothing else. Okay. We shall begin. And I'm gonna try and use saving more often. Oh. Sorry, Oh! That's interesting. It moves a little bit with my mouse. That's interesting. Okay. The brightness of the computer screen was killing me. The adjustment off to a great start. The adjustment wheel was sticky, so I didn't dare touch it. I resisted the urge to check the clock. I didn't want to see how late it was getting. I had a stack of horror movies waiting for me at home, and my solo, totally not sad Halloween marathon was looking like it might be ruined. I'd intended to sit on the couch, eat takeout, and watch blood and mayhem play out for the enjoyment on my screen. For my enjoyment on my screen. Or neither of those are right, but you get it. Instead, I was sitting at the desk going over forms from our way too successful blood drive. Real blood was just not as fun as fake blood. Okay. I sighed. The night had gone quiet. All the nearby shops were closed, and everyone was out at the Halloween parties or trick-or-treating with their families.
Of course I can stay late. It's not like I have anyone at home waiting for me.
There's voice acting! Oh, that's perfect. I don't have to say everything. Okay. I'm not going to read it again, since, you know. I sighed again. Ooh. There was a small tapping on the window behind me. I turned, expecting to see an errant tree branch or bush. Actually, I don't think that's the right place for my cup. Never mind. Never mind. However, it was a woman instead. Gasp. She's so pretty. Look at her eye shinies. Ooh, and her bustier. I almost fell out of the chair trying to turn around to face her. She stood there, tapping gently and looking at me through the glass.
Trick or treat.
Ooh! Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. She said it slowly, enjoying every syllable. Her chest heaved as she breathed. She wore a tight corset with pink leopard print and long flowing blonde hair. Oh my god. A woman after my heart. Oh my god. Oh my god. Great, a drunk. She's
Ma'am, we are closed. Come back tomorrow. Sober?
She don't look drunk to me. I said the last part quietly as she grinned at me. Didn't seem that quiet.
My darling, I assure you I am very sober. I'd love to get a drink. With you, though.
Please. Please. Please stop. Please stop meeting my every standard. I felt the blood rush up my face. I feel you, babe. I had never been hit on so directly by a woman, and now there was one standing outside. Standing outside the window doing just that. Had I died of boredom? I'm gonna say no thanks.
I am not interested in going out with strange women who tap on
Someone
windows
like
late at
that.
night.
Right here it just said, someone liked that. Interesting. Even if that woman was kind of hot.
Please, dear one, let me come in.
Oh, she's blinking. Oh, I couldn't do that. We were closed. I started to explain there was a loud knocking at our front entrance. Damn it, now what?
Excuse me. I guess?
Oh, I love that there's voice acting. Oh my god, I would hate to say every single word myself. I walked away from the woman at the window and walked towards the front. It was Halloween. Why did I think I'd have a normal night at work, closed or not? The front of our clinic was all glass, so I could easily make out yet another woman. She knocked on the door until she saw me and then stopped. Ooh, she's interesting too. They kind of look similar. I mean, they're both blonde. She pushed up her glasses. I literally just yawned. What is wrong with me? Do you know how much sleep I got last night? I got more than 12 hours. More than 12 hours. Well, I only got 13 hours, so it wasn't that far off of 12, but I went to bed almost immediately after I stopped streaming. That's why I didn't... I was so tired I couldn't remember to show you guys Holy Lantern. And I was so tired that, that I forgot to mention my, YouTube channel, where all my streams are going to be located after they are gone from Twitter. Twitter? Twitch. So, yeah. And you know what? I've just now decided that, before I forget, anyone who is looking or going to have watched both of the VODs for today and yesterday, here is an explanation of what it is I'm talking about. I am going to show you this. Oh wait, there it is. Here we go. This is Holy Lantern. Right here. Wait a minute. Hold on. What? They made a pink version of the zipper JSK? I didn't know that. I thought they only had these. So that's why I was looking at this one. Anyways, I thought that little thing looked like Holy Lantern because of all the dots it had and the little crosses it had on there. And if you know what I'm talking about, then you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, then you don't. Yeah, I guess I had a lot of versions of the zipper JSK. Wow. You know what? Maybe I do want Holy Lantern. Anyways. I've got Twitter open right here. That's all. Now that I've shown you guys, I feel complete.
Greetings.
Oop. Hold on. She says hello. For fuck's sake, there's two bitches knocking on glass.
I'm sorry. We're closed.
I see that. However, if I could just come in for a moment?
I mean, at least she's nice about it. What? Why? I rubbed my cheeks. Why me? I should be bloated from salty junk food and laughing at ridiculous jump scares right now, not trying to explain our hours to strange, yet attractive women.
I'm sorry. We're closed.
She does not seem pleased. Door knocker lady seemed to see something because she looked away and then scowled.
You're late, Carmilla.
Carmilla? Oh, there she is. Oh, her name is, I guess, yeah. The woman from before walked around to stand beside the other. I guess her name is Carmilla. I guess so.
I am not. I was trying to get in through the back.
I love her makeup. Like, she's so pretty.
There isn't a door back there.
And?
No, but there is a window.
Exactly. She purred the words while looking at me, then turned back to the other woman.
I saw her first, Elizabeth.
I mean, that's true. So the other woman was named Elizabeth, and they seemed to know each other. I glanced back at the computer. I still had so much work to do.
That kind of nonsense is not why we're here.
Oh, it isn't? Oh, yeah, so they're vampires, right? They must be coming here because they want the blood that's at the blood bank. That makes sense. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Just so I can cough. Because I've just got this sensation that there's something in the back of my throat. And I just cannot shake it, and it's driving me insane. So, just a second. So, I read to inform you that that did not help the sensation in the back of my throat whatsoever. It did nothing. It did nothing. Okay. I don't remember. That kind of nonsense is not why we're here. Okay. Yeah. So they've got to be here to get the blood from the blood bank. She looked me over slowly and then continued.
I think.
So, like I, said, we're closed.
Why am I out of breath? I've done nothing, and yet I'm having a hard time. Like, breathing. I'm freaking myself out over nothing. Let me see if I can catch my breath real quick. I think I'm okay. I really don't know. Every single time I end up streaming, I'm always having some kind of problem with myself. I'm thirsty, I'm sleepy, I've got some kind of something in my throat, I've got a runny nose, I'm nasally. You know, this is why I should take my allergy medicine. Will I? No. Nope. Because it does not have negative enough consequences to not taking it that I feel compelled to take it. Unlike my other medication, where it obviously has very negative consequences. Don't take my antidepressant. I cry 24/7 for no reason. Don't take my sleeping pills. Can't sleep. Insomnia. Don't take my restless leg medication. Can't fall asleep even with my sleeping medication because my legs won't stop moving. Natural consequences that are bad enough that I feel compelled to take my medication. Allergy meds. Oh, I got a little sniffle. Oh, I've got a little bit of a itchy eye sometimes. Oh, I'm a little stuffed up. It's not really that bad. Anyways. And they both turned their attention to me, causing a sensation similar to ice sliding down my spine at their sudden attention. They both turned their attention. Oh, I guess. Yeah, okay. I cleared my throat and tried again.
You can come tomorrow morning if you'd like to donate some blood.
My love, we're not here to give blood. We're here to take it.
If you're gonna take it.
Excuse me?
Elizabeth sighed and pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. It seemed to be a habit. It seemed to be a habit she did often. At least this was the second time.
Take is such a strong word. You see, we have an agreement with Claudia. Is she here?
I stood up a bit straighter, suddenly understanding what this late-night visit was about.
She doesn't work here anymore. She got fired because
She was giving blood to vampires? I guess that solved the mystery of why she kept sneaking in here after we were closed. Blood had gone missing, but so had some medications and money. That's probably what she was taking.
You should both leave before I call my boss.
I crossed my arms, grateful that the door was locked, but it made it easier to stand tall and act braver than I really was. Don't look sad. That's my weakness. Look at her. She's just got such like a... I just love her makeup so much. Carmilla frowned and placed her palm on the grill. Carmilla frowned and placed her palm on the glass.
You wound me!
She's so dramatic.
This is unfortunate.
See, this is who I am. This is who I want to be with. I want to be with someone like this. Despite the fact that I'm dry. As fuck. She muttered something. She muttered... My word bunching is so bad today. She muttered something under her breath, but I didn't catch it. Carmilla seemed to have heard, but didn't react.
I'm not letting you guys in so you can rob the place. So, shoo.
I waved my arms at them the same way I would get that overconfident raccoon off of my porch. It might work. Sorry, I'm trying to do something. Should still... Yeah, the game's still up there, so...
Rob the place?
I suspected Claudia was up to something. A shame.
No, I can't believe it. Sweet, innocent Claudia?
I suppose so. I had not known Claudia well, but those were not the words I would have used to describe her. She was an old woman with a sour face, though not nearly as mean as she looked. For the most part, she kept to herself. Who would have suspected she was robbing the place blind?
Shoo. Go on.
This is so silly. My nose. Hold on. Oh, yeah, I love the way it looks when I'm scratching my nose. Ah. Okay. I half-heartedly waved at them again. Maybe it would work the second time?
We are not stray cats, Miss...
Carmilla smiled sweetly at me.
Her name is Mina.
How does she know our name? Her name is Mina. How does she know?
How did you know that?
Exactly. Elizabeth Oh my god. Oh my god. My word bunching is so bad. Elizabeth peered closer at me and then pointed at my chest. I looked down. Name tag. Oh.
Miss Mina, we're merely asking for 1 bag of blood each. Only once a month?
I mean, if I didn't know that they were vampires, no. But if they told me they were vampires, then yes, I would do it. Because what's the other option? What's the other option? They're gonna come over here, drink my blood.
You're telling me the other missing things were not because of you two?
I didn't even make that assumption. I thought it was her.
Do I look like I need money?
This expression is interesting. Carmilla scoffed and pushed her hair off her shoulder in a haughty movement.
We were unaware she was taking more than the 2 bags.
What did you want with the blood anyway?
Elizabeth's eyes widened and she shot a look at Carmilla.
Don't?
Don't?
We're vampires, darling.
I love her so much. Oh my god. What is that? Oh, that's supposed to be the reflection of the door handle. Okay. I was like, what's on her belly button? Nothing. Let me cross my legs. Ugh, that's way more comfortable than my current position. Ooh, okay. They're vampires. She opened her mouth a bit. A bit? A bit? A bit. Is that what they think a bit is? And sure enough, she had 2 extended canines.
Ha ha. Very funny. It's Halloween. I'm pretty sure I have a pair of plastic fangs like that in my drawer.
Ooh, kinky.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I love her so much. Okay. She winked at me. Elizabeth let out a long, tired sigh.
I told you, no one will ever believe you if you just blurt it out like that.
Carmilla shrugged. Elizabeth turned to me and gave me a small smile. I suppose it was meant to look reassuring.
She is right, though. We're both vampires.
Sorry, I keep messing with things in OBS. For no particular reason, if I'm honest. She opened her mouth and showed off her own matching set of fangs. I nodded.
Is this a prank? Like, get a bag of blood and you're in? Or
too old to be in a sorority. I studied their faces first.
For the sake of getting this over with, let's pretend I believe you. You're both vampires.
Okay,
Why should I just hand over some blood bags?
that's true. Play your cards. Carmilla smiled and leaned forward. Eyes half lidded and with a wide smile.
What if I say, please?
Stop. She purred, sliding her finger gently against the glass that separated us. I'm gonna have to go for her first. Only because she is who I really want.
How about a deal? You give us this one-time supply, and afterwards we'll find another supplier. The thing is, we need some tonight. We don't have time to find another ethical source.
Oof.
So?
So?
If we don't get the blood here, we'll have to get it another way.
Carmilla sighed.
She means we'll have to find a drunk human, lure them into a dreadful alley, and drink our monthly fill from them.
What's about 2 pints? You would survive, but yeah.
It's so insanitary to drink a stranger's blood.
My nose is itchy. Elizabeth tissed and shook her head.
It also isn't great for the humans. Is that what you'd have us resort to?
I mean,
Are you threatening me? Are you saying if I don't give you some blood, you'll go out and kill some unsuspecting partiers?
they wouldn't die.
How ridiculous! We never killed them. At least on purpose.
I looked at them. Sorry. I thought I was gonna sneeze. They were both very pretty, but were they really some immortal creatures of the night? And I'm just supposed to hand over some blood bags because of this bullshit?
Okay, prove it. Prove that you're vampires. I need to know for sure.
Fair enough.
You can't be serious.
But who's just gonna believe you when you tell them that you're a vampire? Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Prove it?
Yeah. I don't know, do something vampire-y.
Prove to me that you're both vampires. Somehow. Fangs don't count.
Yeah. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. I crossed my arms and used my most stern expression. Carmilla frowned.
What? Like a dancing monkey at a carnival? How vulgar!
You want the blood or not, whore?
Fine. Open the door.
What?
What? No way.
Do they have mind control?
You want proof or not? We can't come in unless we're invited. You could always come out here if you prefer.
Oh, is that something that applies to them in this universe?
Oh, yes. Come out here with us.
I didn't love the idea of opening the door, but if they were vampires, they wouldn't be able to get in. And if they weren't, well, they didn't look that dangerous. They really? You think they look dangerous? I would open the door instead of going outside. I just now understood. I understand the color scheme. She's the purple one. She's the blue one. So she likes the blue. When the blue lipstick comes up here, this is the person I'm appealing to. When the purple lipstick comes up, she's the one I'm appealing to. That makes sense. Okay. With only a bit of hesitation, I opened the door, stepping back, but ready to slam the door closed if they tried anything. Oh, she's got shorts on? Cute. They just stood there and didn't dash in like I had feared. I mean, the thing is, they could just stand there. They don't have to come in. That could be their proof, their fake proof. I don't know. They could just stand there instead of coming in. saying. Elizabeth smirked. She grabbed hold of Carmilla, who looked confused and then very upset.
Don't you dare, you vile!
Is she gonna push her in? Don't you dare? Is she gonna push her in? Oh my god. Oh my god. Elizabeth lifted Carmilla off the ground. She weighed nothing and then threw her across towards the doorway. I expected her to sail through it, but she didn't. Oh my god. Oh my god, she's like sliding down. I gasped in horror. It was almost like a cartoon. I gasped in horror. It was like a cartoon. In horror? I would say maybe in surprise. Seems like a bit much, but... Carmilla landed hard against the opening instead of sailing through it like she should have done. She's still sliding down. Please stop. It was like there was an invisible wall there. She slid down and landed on the pavement with an annoyed grunt.
Now do you believe us?
Someone let a body hit the floor. Now do you believe us? This is hilarious. Carmilla stood up, but she seemed unshaken and uninjured. She glared at Elizabeth.
I'll get you back for that!
I guess I had no choice but to believe them. I mean, if they're not vampires, they're something.
Okay, I believe you both. About the vampire thing. That is...
Yeah.
That
Shook my head.
is wild.
I might... Sorry. I'm gonna turn this down. Just because it seems a bit, loud, like the, indicator is going into, like, the yellow. So I figure it needs to be a bit quieter than that.
Yes, yes. Now, can we discuss the blood? Please.
Right. If there were vampires, they needed blood. However, it would be risky. Our inventories were much closer after Claudia was caught stealing. Though I was here alone, and currently working with the inventory files. I could possibly mark 2 bags as contaminated for disposal, and they might not check the numbers too closely, as long as it didn't become a regular thing.
Give me a minute to figure this out, okay? Just let me see if I can fudge the numbers or not.
Carmilla hummed a little while. Hold on, my leg is itchy. Scratch, scratch. Scritching and scratching. My long nails are coming in handy. Oh, why am I so itchy? Ugh, spreading to like my whole leg. I think my body just wants a sensation. I don't think I'm actually itchy. Okay. Gonna stop now. Carmilla hummed a little while. I'm gonna see if there's a way to go through this without clicking. Let me see. Enter. Space. Without selecting choices. Got it. So I can just hit the space bar. Sounds good to me. Carmilla hummed a little while Elizabeth adjusted her glasses again. I didn't want to leave them waiting too long. I went back to my computer and scanned the spreadsheet of donations I had been in the middle of processing before they came. Hell, there was still so much left to do. There was no way I would be able to finish it all tonight. even without any distractions. Right, time to commit a human error. I mark the next 2 entries as contaminated. Now to actually locate the bags. I stood up and walked briskly back towards the front. Camilla and Carmilla and Elizabeth were still there, so I gave them a quick thumbs up. They only blinked in response. Alright, rude. I smiled awkwardly. I tried not to notice Carmilla's cleavage in Elizabeth's posture. What was it? Stop. What was it about someone's posture that could be so hot? That's weird. Fuck, they were staring now. I turned away and headed towards the walk-in refrigerator. My mind was going to bad places. I had been single for too long. Jesus Christ. My lab coat was so thin, it didn't do much against the coldness of the room. At least I knew what I was looking for. Aha, I found them. Went back to the front to show them.
I was able to get you 2 bags of blood.
Awesome.
Excellent!
That is fantastic, Miss Mina.
Oh, thank you very much. I handed over the blood to them, both of whom took 1 bag, each with a smile. I looked back towards where my desk was. I really should get back to work, even if I was tempted to linger.
Well, it's been fun. See ya.
Yeah? Vampires. Wow. If I had the chance to get to know one of them a bit better. This is the time! Sorry about that. Actually, I feel another one coming on. I'm gonna mute myself so I can do that without bothering you guys. So based on the severity of my cough just then, I'm gonna go take some medicine. That was so awful. Like, it literally, like, vibrated. Like, I don't know how to describe. Like, it went, you know? It was really bad. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry, you guys. But just so you know, we're going for, Miss Blue. I'll probably say Blue and Pink from now on instead of their actual names. Just because this is Elizabeth, and that's Carmilla. That's just too hard for me to remember, so Pink and Blue, even though she's purple, she's pink, okay? Just don't worry about it. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm eating my words, y'all. I'm eating my words right now. So, after consulting very momentarily with the royal physician, she suggested that I take my allergy medicine, and gave me a bag of cough drops. And earlier, I just said that there was no consequences that I cared about for me not taking my allergy medicine. And here we are, with things like this. Woo. Ugh. So let me stick one of these cool berry breezers in my mouth. Sounds great. Just a second. The horrible crinklies are over now. And they're just tiny baby crinklies. Okay. Alright, Blue. Blue cleared her throat.
So, you still got lots of work to do tonight?
Sure do.
I sort of do, but I think I'm going to put it off until morning.
I totally understand.
Is that wise?
I don't know.
Yes and no. The boss wouldn't want me staying this late all by myself. She'd be worried about my safety.
Oh, that's nice. In fact, she specifically told me I should go home about 4 hours ago.
Right,
on the clock.
right. If you're about to leave work anyway, perhaps you'd like to join me for a drink?
What kind of drink, Blue? I thought about the horror movies that were waiting for me, but how could they hold any appeal against a real-life vampire right here? Besides that, she was totally my type. The glasses, the sports jersey, those adorable freckles. Is that what that was? I thought she was wearing, like, scrubs. And this was just some weird... Huh. Let me lean back a little bit. I smoothed the shirt I wore under my lime coat down a bit. Clean thoughts, Mina. Come on.
Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, I would like to get a drink. Just let me close everything up.
I'll put my mouse cursor up here unless it's important.
May I come in?
Sure. I paused. She noted my hesitation and lifted her hands innocently.
I'm just curious about the clinic. You can say no. I am happy to wait for you here.
I thought it over for a moment. She had the blood. She seemed friendly and genuinely curious. There was no inner voice trying to warn me. In fact, it was very adamantly encouraging me.
All right, come on in. Just don't touch anything. I don't want to get fired.
Hold on a second. This is a rat. A mouse. This is a brain. This here says zombie. Zombie mouse? I don't, what's this shirt about? I don't understand. I watched to see if anything exciting happened when I verbally allowed her inside. Nothing. It did not. No sparkles or music. She just stepped inside as if the barrier had never been there to begin with, though it clearly had. I tried not to be disappointed. She followed me to the back room, quietly taking in everything around her as she walked. Was she looking at me? I was glad I wore my favorite shirt today, is it? I sat at the computer and started to close down the software, making sure to save my progress.
This is not at all what I imagined.
It's not? What did you think was gonna be there?
What did you imagine?
Yeah.
I guess I thought there would be blood on the floor and restraints to hold people down.
What? Why would you think that? I looked up at her, horrified.
What?
Yeah, what? She laughed.
I'm kidding. I just thought it would look more like a hospital. This looks more inviting.
Okay. I chuckled. I should not have fallen for that so easily. Wow. Maybe so. But, I did so.
Oh, I really thought you were serious. Maybe I watched too much horror.
Personally, I don't see the, correlation with those two things, but sure, babe.
You like horror movies?
Sure do, Blue.
Yes, I love them.
What is your favorite one?
You like horror movies? Name all of them. I paused and had to take a deep breath. How could I pick? Personally, between these two, definitely gonna be this one. Not really into this. Oh my god.
I always thought vampires were pretty cool.
Oh, I didn't even realize. I forgot they were vampires. Sorry if you can hear any cracking. That's me chomping a cough drop. I'm gonna try and chew it completely before I move on. Okay. It's gone now. Let me drink my drink. Oh my god. Oh my god. I forgot that there was mint. Oh my god, that hurts so bad. Oh my god, that hurt so bad. I'm still thirsty though, so I'm gonna just deal with it. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're good. I felt a bit embarrassed admitting it, but Elizabeth only smiled reassuringly.
The Dracula movie that came out a few years ago? It's so over the top and cheesy. I love it. I think it's the best adaptation I've seen.
Really?
There's also the fact I have the same name as one of the iconic characters.
She does? She does? Googling time. Bum 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 ba-dum. Dracula. Mean. thought the important girl was Lucy. She was important in her own way. But she was different. I understand. Okay. Googling over. I chuckled. What a funny coincidence. She grinned.
I'm quite fond of that one as well.
I bet, Mr. Vampire. Mr.? Miss Vampire Lady?
Really?
Yeah?
I've always really enjoyed movies.
Okay.
What's your favorite movie?
She stared at me for a moment and then looked away. She seemed to be thinking it over and her brow creased.
I can't pick. The last one I really liked was Romeo and Juliet. It was stylized, and I've always enjoyed takes on Shakespeare.
You know, I can't say I agree with you, babe, but I respect it. I guess.
Were you alive in Shakespeare's time?
No, you did not just ask that. You did not just ask her that. Oh my god. Why would you... Why would you ask that? Elizabeth laughed and shook her head.
No. Oh, wow. Do I really seem that old?
Exactly. That's why...
I thought all vampires were hundreds of years old.
Well, obviously not all of them are gonna be. Probably a good majority of them, but not all of them. I shrugged. Hold on. There's a burp. It's stuck in my chest. I'm hitting my chest right now. Get it out. It doesn't want to leave, so it's just gotta stay there. I shrugged and rubbed my palms on my pants.
I am probably only a few years older than you, actually.
What do you think is a few?
So you're a new vampire.
Basically. Are you disappointed? I was only turned a few years ago, just before I finished my bachelor's.
Bachelor's in what?
No, of course not. It's just interesting to learn more about you.
You know, I wonder if Pink is an older vampire. Her eyes widened a bit and she turned away.
What did you study in college?
Yeah,
Marine biology. I'm working on my master's degree currently.
interesting.
Wow, that's really cool. What are you planning to do after you graduate?
Lord knows.
I'd like to be a professor, or focus on ocean life research. I'm particularly interested in sharks.
Oh, you have any shark facts for us?
Sharks?
Sharks. Like Jaws, but I didn't say that. I had heard the movie wasn't popular among marine biologists because of the backlash it had created against sharks. I mean, I don't really know why people think sharks are gonna be popular. I mean, Shark Week exists, but well, whatever. Her eyes lit up, and I could tell it was something she was passionate about. Lay on me the info dump, babe.
Did you know that sharks have skin that feels like sandpaper?
Ooh.
Tiger sharks might be my favorite. There is still a lot we don't know, though. Like, they will eat anything, even license plates.
I hate that their skin feels like sandpaper. Okay. Tiger sharks. I respect that. Personally, I like hammerheads. How do you figure out that they will eat license plates? Specifically license plates. You could have just said even metal. Why even license plates?
Goblin sharks are not only pink, but they are also considered living fossils. They were thought to be extinct until 1898.
Goblin sharks? I don't like them. I don't like them. They freak me out. And not in the good way. Like jellyfish freak me out. Jellyfish and other deep sea animals freak me out in a good way. Not goblin sharks. Nope. Everything but that.
Sharks have existed practically unchanged for something like 400 million years. Can you imagine?
I can't imagine because I have an extra shark fact for you. Sharks existed before trees did. Before there were lots of trees, there were sharks. Think about it. Treeless, mostly ferns, I hear. Mostly ferned earth. Sharks. No trees, but sharks. Crazy.
Wow. I didn't know that.
I shut the computer and took out the keys to lock up. Why did she just not express, like, any interest in anything that woman just said?
I'm done here. So, where did you want to get a drink? I'd love to hear more shark facts.
Like, you didn't just go, oh, cool. Like, you literally did that. Is she really supposed to take you seriously? I don't know. She was so smart. I loved listening to her talk and really wanted to hear more. I'd never known anyone who was into marine biology before.
There is a place that's pretty awesome, just don't tell Carmilla I said that.
Does Pink not like it? She pushed her glasses up her nose and grinned. I wasn't sure why I would tell Pink or why it would matter if I did, but I was happy to oblige.
Okay. Let's go.
We headed outside, but I locked up and Blue got us a cab to a car. Bloodless. Huh? Oh! Blue got us a cab to a bar called Bloodlust, not a car. I'd never gone inside before, and I had heard plenty of rumors. Mostly about it being a gay bar, but now I wondered if there was more to it than that. A gay vampire bar. It was pretty crowded inside, but she managed to lead me to a quiet corner. It had a really nice atmosphere, though.
This place is nice.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I won't tell Carmilla.
What?
Because you said I shouldn't,
Right, yeah.
I don't get it. I don't understand what just happened. We fell into an awkward silence filled by loud and alternative music. I'd suddenly forgotten how to hold a conversation. I'd never been good at dating, and it had been a long time since I'd been on one. I tried to think of something really smooth to say, but I couldn't manage it.
I like this song.
Oh, you do? She pointed at the ceiling.
yeah, it's great.
She smiled and glanced at the bar. Get drunk.
Let me buy you a drink. What would you like?
Good idea. Something to do with my hands right now. Help me calm down.
Thank you. I'll have a...
Have a what? You know, personally, I don't drink. I don't like it, and so she won't either.
I'm not in the mood for liquor, but I love cranberry
Sounds good
juice.
to me. Thought something red would be appropriate, but Elizabeth didn't. But Blue didn't seem to pick up on my joke. I felt too self-conscious to explain it now.
All right, I'll be back with a drink.
Okay. I doubt this was an important decision. She left and I took a deep breath. This was going well, right? I thought so. Did she look bored? No, probably not. The change in location had messed up the flow of our conversation. Or maybe I was just nervous here, in the bar. It felt more like a date. Well, wasn't it? I should ask her more questions when she gets back. Glanced out into the crowd and saw her carefully making her way through it. She held a cranberry juice and nothing else. I suppose vampires only drink blood. She returned and handed me the drink. I took a careful sip and it tasted great.
That was fast.
Yeah. She shrugged as if it was no big deal.
I know the bartender.
Oh, cool. That might explain why she didn't have to wait as long as everyone else, who were all gathered around the bar.
Really? That's cool.
Okay, now it's your chance to get to know her. Just think of a really insightful question and...
I don't want you to think I come here all the time or anything.
I mean, if you did, that'd be fine.
Huh?
Huh?
I mean, I like bars, every now and then. But I prefer a quiet evening at home,
I understand.
Oh, sure. Me too.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I like to watch horror movies, order takeout, and hang out with my rats.
Rats. She grinned at me. I kind of had a feeling this wasn't her typical hangout, but I didn't want to say anything.
I didn't know rats were a common pet.
Rats are not a common pet. Rats.
They are actually the best pet. They are wicked smart, and you can train them like a dog.
But they only live maximum 3 years.
They can play fetch and run obstacle courses. Also, hamsters are assholes.
She burst out laughing, covering her mouth, perhaps to hide her fangs.
Are they really?
You are way more likely to be bitten by a hamster than a rat.
Not that I was concerned about either, though.
Do you have science to back this up?
No. She smiled as she said it, and I couldn't help but notice how attractive she was when she was amused.
Not really, just personal experience. Rats are seriously underrated, though. Mine are so sweet and cuddly.
I did not need to go into the evil hamster I had as a pet when I was a kid. I'm sure some of them are actually cute and nice, but I need to see it to believe it.
I trust you. I'd love to meet them sometime. If that's all right. See for myself.
You got it. I smiled down at my cranberry juice, trying to ignore the way my heart was fluttering in my chest.
Yeah, totally. They're very friendly to new people.
I cleared my throat and tried to play it cool. I took another drink and tried to think of something not uncool to say. Elizabeth spoke before I could.
What else do you like? Besides rats and horror movies?
She smirked and took a few steps closer to me. I thought they were sitting down, probably to hear me better. The music was pretty loud. Vampires or musicals? I'm gonna go with musicals.
I like musicals too, I guess.
I rubbed my arm. I wasn't sure what to say when she looked at me like that. Oh dear. Oh, woo! Woo! She grinned and took another step closer. She reached over and tucked a stray hair behind my ear. She was so close I could smell coconuts. Was it her shampoo?
I'd really like to kiss you, if that's okay.
Please, goddess, please kiss me. She glanced down at my lips and I felt my heart go from racing to full-on panic. I nodded. That was definitely okay. What? I was so focused on. They don't look like they're kissing. But maybe that's just me. Anyways. She leaned in to kiss me and I wrapped my arms around her shoulders. My mind went blank as I felt the brush of her fingers just under the fabric of my shirt. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is getting freaky. Oh my god. We kissed until I felt like my knees would give out, and then I pulled away. She began to kiss my cheek and then nibbled on my earlobe. Oh my god. I gasped at the way it felt, suddenly wondered if there were eyes on us. If there were, did I care? I felt the wetness of a tongue down on my throat, and that stopped me cold. I tensed, desperately anticipating what might come next, but Elizabeth pulled away.
Oh, I wasn't going to bite you.
Babe, at that point, bite me. I don't even care. She looked concerned. Maybe she thought my reaction was from fear.
You weren't?
I smoothed down my shirt. I could still feel the gentle way she had caressed me.
Did you want me to?
Girl, don't ask me this. Don't do this to me.
Oh,
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need a second. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Okay. At that moment, I had, which was a bit odd. I never wanted someone to bite me before. Was it because I knew she was a vampire? How have you not wanted to have someone bite you before? I like the feeling of bites. Like even even in a non-sexual context. Like I like to bite things and I like to be bit. Not like bite, but like a little bit of, you know.
I can if you'd like.
Oh my god. I felt my face grow incredibly hot. Now it just felt awkward still.
would it hurt?
It doesn't even matter.
It only hurts for a moment at first, and then it actually feels pretty nice.
She pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose.
I believe something in the fangs or saliva activates when it's mixed with blood that causes a euphoric effect, similar to morphine.
How do you know this?
Oh,
Oh, that was fascinating. Were their fangs hollow? Was it a chemical in their saliva?
Additionally, the saliva causes the blood to be thinned, so it flows easier. However, if I lick the wound, it'll close quicker than normal.
She knows a lot about stuff. Interesting.
what an interesting reaction.
I know! I'd like to study it, but most vampires don't really care about the phenomena. They're just happy it works.
I mean, I'm up to be elaborate.
They tell me to just pretend it's magic. Ha!
Oh, I wonder if it's like leeches or ticks.
Yeah.
She chuckled and blushed, rubbing the back of her neck.
Not great date talk, huh?
I'm having a great time. What do you
Oh, it's fine.
We both felt quiet, and I found myself looking at her lips again. I should resist. I wanted to talk to her more. Who knows if I would ever be near a vampire again.
I'm actually very curious about vampires.
You have questions?
Yeah, of course.
Can you really not enter a place without permission?
Yeah, it seems strange. She nodded.
You saw for yourself.
True, but it just seems so strange.
When you threw Carmilla?
I chuckled. And remembering the way she had looked squished against an invisible barrier.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I can't explain the science behind that either.
Fascinating.
Can you go out during the day?
Nope. I would burst into fire. Then I would turn into ash.
Is she being legit right now?
At least, that is what I've been told. I've never seen it, and I don't want to test it.
Fair enough.
I don't blame you.
It was almost as if I had found a kindred spirit, someone to discuss things scientifically with, and who didn't mind when I rambled about things. She rambled too, but I enjoyed it. We spent most of the night talking. She told me about vampire squids and jellyfish. I told her about obscure, underrated horror movies. It was exhilarating to speak so passionately with her about things we loved. Eventually, I started to feel my entire body screaming at me to sleep. I knew I needed to get home, even if I didn't want the night to end. Is this the end? I finally had to say my goodbyes and head home. I really hoped I would get to see her again. 1 year! That's a time skip if I've ever seen one. I was staying late to do the paperwork again this Halloween, but this time I had someone keeping me company. Huh.
This software's interface looks so ugly.
Don't they all?
I know, but my boss likes it.
She gave up on looking over my shoulder and began to pace around the room. Understandable. She looked everything over, and she was careful not to disturb anything. But no matter how many times she had been here, she remained curious. It was probably the scientist in her. When I thought she wouldn't notice, I glanced up to watch her. Normally being around her was relaxing. This past year we had grown comfortably close. However, tonight was very different. Ooh. I wanted to ask her to move in with me. I'd even gone out and bought some heavy curtains and blinds. She might say no, though. Maybe it was too soon. Maybe not.
Are you alright? You look really frustrated.
That's not the right F word.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I tried to smile. She turned away to look at some safety signs we had hanging up.
This place doesn't pay you very well, does it?
Does anything ever. I snorted.
No.
There were some months where I struggled, but I made do. She knew that. As a student, even a vampire student, she was in a very similar situation. She did have a part-time job as a research assistant, and sometimes worked in the university's library. He paid about as well as my job, though.
I was thinking...
Is she thinking the same thing we are?
Yeah?
Between my income and your income...
I stopped what I was doing and gave her my full attention. She pulled absently at her ear.
I was just thinking...
Oh my god.
It might be beneficial if we moved in together.
Oh my god. I couldn't believe it. I stared at her, mouth hanging open. Dots. I had been so nervous for so long and she just came right out and said it.
Oh, I guess that wasn't a very romantic way to put it.
I don't give a
There
fuck.
are romantic intentions as well, of course.
Oh my god, 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 hello. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
This past year with you has been... It's been just amazing. I like the idea of waking up together and having meals together and... Maybe you don't think so.
I think so. I smiled. She was frowning. I need to explain. I hadn't meant to give her the impression that I was fully on board. Blah, blah, blah.
No, it's just that I was actually planning to ask you the same thing tonight.
Really? To move in together?
Yes, Blue, yes. She closed the distance between us and bent down to meet my gaze where I sat at the computer. The gloom she had earlier was completely gone. I turned away from the computer, wanting to face her fully. I'm so
Yeah.
invested right now.
Great minds, huh?
Yes, Blue, yes. She kissed me gently and then pulled away.
I don't want to distract you. I know you have a lot of work to do.
Yep. shook my head. If the equipment wasn't so expensive, I'd shove it off the desk to prove that I would choose her over work. Instead, I saved and shut down the software in a less dramatic gesture.
I am done with work.
Okay. I shut the computer down and stepped away from the desk. I grabbed the key so I could lock the place up as I went. Sorry. Brain. Suddenly not working. Suddenly not working. Anyways, then I turned to Elizabeth and clapped my hands together awkwardly.
Let's get out of here.
I took off my lab coat and she followed me into the waiting area of the clinic.
Will you sleep in my coffin with me?
That's funny.
Coffin?
I squeaked. I looked over at her and knew she had tricked me again. She laughed. I should have known better. I had been to her apartment and there was a normal bed. I don't know why we got fooled by that. I didn't. I laughed with her.
I don't know. Maybe they're comfortable.
You know, they sure look that way.
It's too morbid to even think about.
Is it? She shuddered, though she was still
I
laughing.
was also thinking,
Thinking what?
if you ever wanted to be a vampire too.
That question. This is like a marriage proposal, but for vampires. I had reached for the door, but stopped. My hand hovered near the handle. It was something I could consider before. She was a vampire and I was a human. How long could that possibly go on? I would age and she would stay the same. I needed human food and she only required blood. There were benefits to being a vampire. But there were drawbacks too. There had been so many things to consider, and it had always been something that we avoided discussing before, something that would occasionally hang over us, creating an awkward silence. I answered carefully because in truth I didn't know what I thought about it all yet.
Yeah?
I would turn you into a vampire if you asked.
Maybe this is 1 year into knowing each other. I think I would wait a little bit longer for the vampire part. Maybe until we were the same age. I studied her expression. Did she want me to be a vampire? Did she like me better as a human?
I'm glad you would, but what do you think? Would you like me better if I was like you?
That's not what she just asked. I don't know where you pulled that from. She shook her head and stepped closer to me.
I adore you the way you are, and that wouldn't change if you become a vampire. I will be happy if you are happy. It's also your body and your choice. I won't take that from you. I only offer so that you know that I'm willing.
I threw my arms around her. She always seemed to know what to say. She kissed the side of my head and I took a deep breath.
I want to think about it more.
Yeah, that's a good choice. I pulled away so that I could look at her.
I want to consider things carefully. Weigh the benefits against the negatives, you know?
Sounds good.
How scientific. I approve.
She smiled at me and I resumed prepping the door so that we could leave.
I figured you would.
Anyway, I chuckled, locked the door, and we headed out into the night. I found something in blue that was rare and precious. We had a connection that I had always dreamed of. I loved her in a way I had not thought possible. Someone who truly accepted me and appreciated the things in me that others found annoying. In turn, I felt the same way about her. Hand in hand, we headed home to our home. The end. That was so cool. I'm gonna let it play. Chibi CG artist. Oh. Yes. Awesome. That was so cool. Alright. Now we're gonna go into... I'm gonna skip.
I am not interested in going out with strange women who tap on windows late at night.
You know, I'm not convinced that it matters. I'm not. Blah 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 blah, talking. Okay, here's our choice. Pink cleared her throat.
Sweet human, don't be so hasty.
What do you mean? I paused.
The night is still very young. Why don't we get that drink?
Oh, okay. Absolutely, babe. It was all really too late to be here by myself. What could hurt? What could it hurt? She was a vampire. I had questions. I watched her twirl her finger around the strand of her soft-looking hair and then gently bite her lower lip. Totally
Okay.
questions.
Let me close up.
I turned away and hoped I didn't look like a total dope. Calm your gay ass down, Mina. We took a cab to a bar. I swear I'd walked past several times. I'd never gone inside before, though. There are plenty of rumors that it was a gay bar. Why is that? Anyways, Pink confidently walked inside and seemed to know everyone. Couldn't help but wonder.
Is this a vampire bar?
Oh. I whispered as soon as we sat down. I couldn't believe such a crowded place had been. Pink seemed to know that it was here, because she had led us straight to it.
Oh? Bloodlust? This is my bar.
Oh, she owns it?
Like, you come here all the time?
No, she owns it.
No, little Mina. I own it. Bloodlust is mine.
I see that. It definitely reflects your aesthetic. She leaned back in the booth and smiled at me.
Wow. So, everybody here is a vampire?
Probably not. She laughed.
No, of course not. Some are, sure.
Yeah, why would everyone be?
Is it really okay for me to know that you're a vampire?
I'm sure it is. He glanced around the bar with some super secret vampire cabal. Anyways, appear and convince her she either needs to change me or kill me. That's the kind of thing that would happen in the movies, at least.
Sure it is. You're such a doll. You have so many questions, don't you?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I do.
She nodded, looking amused.
Okay then. Fire away.
You got it.
Can you go out during the day? Is sunlight lethal?
Sunlight is bad. Yes. I always preferred moonlight. Don't you?
You know, I've always wondered that, because theoretically, sunlight is bad for vampires. But moonlight is just sunlight reflected off of the face of the moon. So why is it considered good to be in moonlight, but not in sunlight? You know? I mean, it's not like vampires are real, but just like within the lore that is vampires, why does that make sense to people? I don't know.
Sure. What about crosses and garlic?
I can't really eat food like you do, if that's what you mean.
No, that's not what we mean.
It doesn't ward you off?
No. And crosses do not bother me.
If anything, they're your fashion accessory. She smiled slowly.
Nuns can be a lot of fun.
Okay. She spoke distantly, and I thought it might be best to change the subject.
Do you sleep in a coffin?
Why would they? Pink left harder than she had so far.
Oh, could you imagine
Self-voicing
one of
disabled.
those tiny boxes? Gross. I sleep in a very large and quite comfortable king-sized canopy bed.
Respect? She paused, the amusement fading from her face and a very different emotion replacing it.
Would you like to see it?
Yes. I shuddered and hoped like hell she didn't notice. I glanced away towards the bar.
Maybe. I should go get us drinks, or.
I don't drink, but let me get you something. It's free for me, of course. What will you have?
I wanted... Interesting. Again, I'm sure the choices here don't matter. This means no alcohol.
Interesting choice.
Is it? She gave me a curious look I couldn't quite read. I shrugged.
I like the mint.
Oh?
One drink coming right up.
I left the booth and headed towards the bar. The crowd parted for her without any effort on her part. I used her absence as a chance to take a breath, then get my thoughts in order. I was on a date with a vampire. It was a date, right? Yes, it was totally a date. Right? Right? When she got back, I needed to act like I wasn't a total loser. How does a human even try to impress a vampire?
Here you go.
Thank you. She handed me my virgin mojito and then sat back down. She moved closer to me. Easier in the circular booth. Oh.
Thank you.
I sipped at it and watched her over the rim of the glass. It was a good version mojito, I think. I couldn't properly taste it when I was looking at Pink. She looked so comfortable and confident. She smiled at me. She smiled so easily and so sophisticatedly.
Humans are so cute.
Thanks.
Let's get to know her.
Have you been a vampire very long?
She thought about it for a moment, gazing up at the ceiling.
A good while. I was turned back in the 30s.
Oh. Like 19?
The 1830s?
No, 1930s.
Darling, no. 1930s. I had just moved out to California after watching...
She smiled faintly. I listened intently.
I think it was Frankenstein, actually. I wanted to be an actress.
That's cool.
Really?
Sorry.
Did you ever star in anything?
No, I only ever got a few parts as an extra. Not even a speaking line.
Yeah, it was tough stuff back then.
Do you ever want to go back?
To being an actress? There was a sad, nostalgic tone to her voice that had made me pause. Perhaps the dream that was never realized.
No, I was turned. Then after 10 years or so, I had to move.
Because you stopped aging. And it would look suspicious?
I'm not so sure.
Sure, but I was going to say things got boring. I like to move every decade or so.
Yeah, I understand. Curiosity was getting the best of me. I moved a bit closer and lowered my voice.
Are you allowed to tell me about how you turned into a vampire?
If she's comfortable with that, it doesn't seem like a good story. She nodded and moved even closer. Now we were touching, her thigh against mine. Our arms brushed against each other. pushed my hair behind my ear, and I could feel the lightest tickle of her lips as she whispered,
No.
"No." She pulled back to laugh at my shocked expression.
I'm kidding, dear one. It happened in Hollywood. I knew someone who knew someone, and then I ended up at a party. One thing led to another.
And vampire. She shrugged.
Now I've got fangs.
Wow. Just like that?
Yeah, I guess so. I thought about all of the movies I'd ever seen that featured vampires. They were either manipulative monsters or brooding and self-hating.
Do you ever regret it?
No.
I wouldn't either. She put her arm around me and pulled me close, causing my vampire-related thoughts to stall.
Enough about me, darling. Let's talk about you.
Sure.
Me?
Yeah, why not? My voice cracked.
Tell me about yourself.
Sure.
There isn't a lot to tell.
I'm a big old nerd.
Don't make me beg.
Stop. She grinned. It was hard to concentrate when she was this close. She smelled like strawberries. I cleared my throat and told her about realistically, this is a more interesting piece of information.
I love horror. All horror.
You know, I gotta disagree with you, but it's fair enough, Mina.
Really? How interesting.
I love all the old Universal monsters. Also, there was a real boom in horror in the past decade, and I really think the genre deserves more respect.
I'm glad that the voice actor is messing up her words just as much as I am.
There are so many subgenres too, like Alien would be cosmic horror, and the Halloween movies would be slasher. Who doesn't love a good ghost movie too?
Maybe controversial opinion here. Slashers suck. I don't think that they have any real reason to be something that exists. I don't find them enjoyable. I see there's nothing about it. You know, it's just stab. Ah! Stab. Ah! Stab. Ah! You know? Like it never ever pushes a narrative because it's too busy trying to be slashery, you know? Like you can get into maybe like the individual characters and what it represents, but that would require so much analysis that the narrative it pushes isn't actually like particularly obvious to the audience. And while, you know, that still technically means it has some artistic merit, I just don't think that something like that has so much to really say that, you know, couldn't be said in some other, you know, way. In a way that maybe it took itself a bit more seriously. I don't know. I just don't think I like the genre that much. Or the subgenre anyway. But I'm not gonna get into that.
I just watched The Shining a bit ago. It was really good, but I heard the director was a total asshole. That one was sort of based on a novel, but it wasn't very similar.
They never are.
Horror novels are good too. Have you ever read Stephen King? He's the one who wrote The Shining. I try to read other authors too.
I stopped myself.
I'm sorry. I'm rambling.
I don't think she cares. She didn't look bothered and her eyes hadn't glazed over like I'd seen so often before.
I enjoy horror. Though I prefer romance.
Horror romance? Totally, like, I love that genre. I will be back. I have to go to the bathroom. This stream will probably be longer than 3 hours. just based on the time, but I'm so invested in everything that's going on right now. I don't feel tired right now, so we should be good to go for longer this time. So let me just go to the bathroom real quick and we'll continue. have returned. Alright, back to what we were doing. She reached over and picked up something off of my shirt.
I think I enjoy listening to you talk about horror more than I enjoy anything else.
Really?
So?
My voice cracked. She was just so close. It made me nervous. But, like, a good nervous?
What cool vampire powers do you have?
Why is my mouth is moving. Okay.
Well, I can see very recent memories, I heal fast, and I'm pretty strong and quick.
Oh? She seemed to think it over. She tapped her chin thoughtfully.
I don't age, which is fabulous.
Yeah. I nodded. Other than the memory thing, it was all typical vampire stuff.
Can you fly?
For what? She laughed.
No, but oh, wouldn't that be wicked?
Totally. She placed a hand on my knee and I forgot what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
That was all I could manage. I took another sip of my drink. What else do you talk about on a date? It had been so long since I'd been on one, and I was never very good at them.
I'm surprised you haven't asked me if I was willing to turn you.
Really?
I already like women.
What? No, not like that. She bit her lip and I had the feeling she was trying not to laugh.
I meant into a vampire, but that is good to hear.
Oh my god. I felt her hand slide up my thigh as her fingers drummed a small tune.
Vampire? I didn't really think of it.
Would you like me to tell you exactly how it's done?
Yes. She moved her hand higher. What were we talking about? I couldn't focus on anything with the way she was looking at me and touching me. I glanced down at her lips, painted with dark red lipstick. I could see the glint of white fangs.
Well,
Well, she was asking me a question. Shit, I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. She grinned and leaned in close to whisper against my ear. I shuddered at the sensation of her breast. I said breast! Of her breath against my skin.
first, I would soften the skin with my tongue.
Oh my god. She licked the tip of my ear, and I practically jumped out of the seat. Oh my god, I almost spilled my drink everywhere.
Sorry.
Ah,
I like to be direct.
is that so?
Yeah.
I like you, Mina.
Okay.
I like you too.
Screaming. Oh my god. She reached over and pulled me close to her again, one hand on my hip, and the other began to run circles on the back of my neck.
So then, you wouldn't mind terribly if I kissed you?
Not at all, Pink, not at all. I glanced around the room, but no one was really looking at us. If they were, did it matter? This is a bar, not a church or something. I nodded. Yes, I would very much like to be kissing now. She leaned forward without another word and pressed her lips against mine. I felt my eyelids flutter closed. I could hear the throbbing music in the bar, some grungy rock song I didn't know. Pink tasted sharp, like copper. There was also the hint of something quite sweet. Her hair was as soft as I imagined. I felt surrounded by strawberry fields. It must be her shampoo. So she's strawberry scented, and Blue is coconut scented. Interesting. She pulled away and giggled, moving to kiss the side of my face and then drifting to my throat.
Are you going to bite me?
Are you going to bite me? I asked, dazed.
Do you want me to?
Illustration time. I felt the tips of her fangs brush gently against my skin, icy and severe. Sorry, I'm getting like really close to the monitor right now. Despite always telling me being bitten was probably not a good idea, I couldn't help but think yes, I wanted her to bite me. I wanted her to bite me badly. Oh my god, her breath was hot despite the otherwise coolness of her skin and mouth.
Yes.
Yes! It was the sharp scrape of her fangs against my skin and then a quick prick. It only hurt for a moment. Afterwards, I felt a slow, heavy warmth come over me. It lasted only briefly before she pulled away to smile at me. Just a touch of blood at the corner of her lips. I laughed, feeling a bit drunk.
You taste amazing. I was afraid I'd take too much.
She winked at me. I had a feeling she was just trying to flatter me. I nodded. The skin was a bit sore where she had bitten me. I touched the area gingerly, but it wasn't actively bleeding, just a small dribble of blood. Surprise! My giddy drunk feeling was fading. I know I hadn't had that much yet. My glass was more than half full. We also didn't get anything with alcohol in it.
Why did I feel a bit lightheaded?
I don't know, because you're fucking just... She shrugged.
I don't know. Humans tend to feel that way when we feed on them.
She smirked. She did not look like she cared about any type of scientific explanation, but I couldn't help but be curious. That was for another night, though. She was moving in to kiss me again, so I had better things to occupy my mind. We had a wonderful evening. It started to get late and I had to work in the morning, even though I knew I would be exhausted. I hesitantly said my goodbyes. I would have stayed longer if I didn't feel almost ready to fall asleep. I wondered if I would see her again. 1 year later. I sat at the computer and pretended to work. I had only been waiting for the sun to go down, and then when it did, I had waited a bit longer, then a bit longer. I was running out of things to pretend to do. No matter how long I waited, she didn't show up. Not pink, not even blue. I thought for sure they'd maybe come around again on Halloween night, but I suppose they had already found an alternative source. It had been what I wanted, though after the night was pink. Huh? This is weird. Is this a bad end? The night had gone wonderfully, but afterwards we didn't exchange numbers or anything. I kept hoping she'd stop by, but she never did. I sighed and shut down the computer. The window was empty, no one tapping seductively at the glass. I hung up my lab coat and walked out towards the front. The doorway was also empty, no one knocking with purpose at this late hour. I knew I could go to Bloodless and see if Pink was around, but that just felt so desperate. If she had wanted to see me, she would have. I sighed. It was fine. There were plenty of other women out there, and one day I would find the right one. She probably wouldn't be a vampire. I dug into my pocket and pulled out my ticket for the midnight showing of Bride of Chucky. Nothing would cheer me up faster than a good horror movie, and the trailer had made it look like a fun time. I'm upset. Maybe I should have made the choices better in the beginning. Maybe that's what it was. I'd even marathoned the previous Chucky movies to prepare. I smiled a little to myself and tucked the ticket back into my pocket. There was no reason to wait around here anymore. I locked up and left. No! The end? You motherfucker. Oh, I'm furious. Nope, we gotta do it again. And this time, we'll make the choices that appeal to Miss Pink. Yeah, I could get a drink with you.
Well, maybe when I'm not at work.
This was not the weirdest way I'd ever been asked out, so...
Please, dear one, let me come in.
Oh, I couldn't do that. You were closed. I started to explain there was a loud knocking at our front entrance. Damn it, now what? I'm guessing this is where we go to. Other girl. Let's go outside. I wasn't afraid. I'd just go outside. I I stepped out with only a moment of hesitation and looked from one to the other.
Okay, now what?
Actually, yeah, I'm curious. Now what? Pink stepped closer, placed her hands on my shoulders, and looked deeply into my eyes. For a moment, I felt like I was supposed to go in for a hug, but that would have been awkward, right?
You have pet rats at home. 3 friendly little things with quite embarrassing names.
Freddy, Jason, and Chucky are cool names.
I pouted. I had actually been very proud of those names. Wait,
How did you know that?
she mind reads.
Vampire powers.
She wiggled her fingers and scrunched up her nose like the witch in that old sitcom.
Samantha has nothing on me, my love. I can see your last happy memory. You were playing with them before you came to work today.
That just sounds like a stalker. I nodded, convinced. I stepped back inside. I thought they would follow me, but they didn't. It looked like Elizabeth was telling the truth about the invitation thing.
Okay, I believe you both. About the vampire thing.
I shook my head.
That is wild.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, can we discuss the blood? Please.
Alright, now we can go on to skip to the next part. This girl. Okay, I didn't actually mean for that part to skip. I'm still not sure if this is important. I guess I'll go with that. Pink giggled and then she winked at me.
Coming right up.
We're drinking alcohol this time. I swallowed uneasily. The suggestion had sounded cooler in my head.
I like girly drinks.
I suppose so. I wasn't sure she liked my joke until she smiled at me, amused.
1 drink coming right up.
I don't understand the joke, but that's fine. Uh-huh. Take a breath. I was on a date with a vampire. It was totally a date. Total loser.
Here you
That's a
go.
vampire. Here you go.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Ding. Ding.
Human.
Have you been a vampire very long?
Was that the right choice? I'm not sure. Let's hope so. Well, she liked this.
I love horror.
You saw my memory before. What other cool vampire powers do you have?
Well, I can see very recent memories. I heal fast, and I'm pretty strong and quick.
Yeah, we saw all this.
I don't age, which is fabulous.
Yeah.
Can you fly?
Is there a way to slow down the text auto forward time? Skip. Transitions, unseen text after choices. No, not quite. Auto forward time. Yeah, that really seems right. Auto.
No, but oh, wouldn't that be wicked?
Not quite what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Blah blah blah. Ding ding ding.
Would you like
They are getting closer.
first?
Ding ding ding.
I
Sorry, this probably sounds very awkward. I need to have the good end.
so
I'm desperate.
Are you going?
do you want?
Yeah.
Oh, we actually got to the next. We got it. You're taking forever.
I'm almost done.
come on. This place makes me hungry.
I know. Just one more.
I finished logging off the computer system and then turned everything off. Pink waited for me wearing her favorite outfit, the same one she had worn when I first met her. I almost couldn't believe that it had been a year. She swayed around the room, impatient but not agitated. The past year had been such a whirlwind. Lots of parties, lots of late night at her bar. Something was always going on when Pink was involved. When our time together had always been an enjoyable rush.
We go to Bloodlust all the time. Why are you in such a rush?
Wouldn't you like to know?
What are we doing? Her voice was breathy and it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I cleared my throat.
Well, I'm ready. What are you waiting for?
Her eyes lit up the way they usually did when she was getting her way, a pleasant sight. She took my hand and dragged me out of the clinic happily. I almost didn't have time to lock up. We stepped into the bar and immediately I knew something was up. The place was empty.
Where is everyone?
Yeah, me too. I would have been nervous, but Pink was as calm as ever. I followed her inside. She moved it with uncanny grace. I couldn't help but wonder if it was even possible for her to trip. Probably not.
I closed the bar.
Why?
Isn't Halloween a huge night for this place?
I would assume so. It was also a Saturday.
Hush.
She sat me in her favorite booth, the one that was always mysteriously empty. There was no sign. People just seemed to know to not sit there. She handed me a key. I looked it over, and it was very rusty.
Thank you?
Yeah.
Move in with me.
That was very sudden. Oh my goodness. That was so sudden. She sounded like she could barely contain herself, for real. I looked up at her. I'd been to Pink's house before. It was gigantic. It was a gigantic old mansion with cobwebs and antique clutter. There was a cheerful old lady who shuffled around as a housekeeper, but she didn't keep the place up as well as she should. The place practically screamed "A vampire lives here" in large neon letters.
Move in with you.
Yes!
She hugged me and smiled and made a show of putting the key on my keyring. I tried not to think about all the cleaning I would need to do to feel comfortable there.
This is a big step. Are you really sure you want a human cluttering up the place?
She grinned and sat beside me.
I was thinking we could change you. Tonight.
She opened her mouth and showed her fangs. We talked about it before, but I had finally made up my mind that I'd like to be a vampire, but I didn't expect it to happen now.
Maybe.
I looked down at my body. Is this the way I wanted to look for all eternity? Pink tipped my what? Pink tipped my chin up so I could look at her.
You look amazing as you are. If you'd like to wait, though, we can. I just thought tonight would make it poetic.
I mean, she shrugged, carefree as always.
What about you, though? Where will you get your blood? Where will I?
Oh, I guess she feeds off her.
I thought about that. What if we did your idea? The Blood Clinic Cafe thing?
For vampires?
Oh, Carmilla, come on. It's a neat idea, but in execution...
Yeah, I shook my head. The idea was to run a blood clinic, but then give the blood to vampires. There were laws and health codes, and well, surely there must be vampire politicians. She kissed me and I forgot my worries. Sometimes I wondered if that was a special vampire power, or just her power over me. I smiled. I sighed happily.
Don't worry so much.
True. Things always worked out when I was with Pink. I nodded. Why wait?
All right. Let's do it. How was it done?
How is it done? She clapped her hands together in excitement and smiled sweetly.
I drink a lot more than I usually do. Then I give you some of my blood.
Yeah, that's about how it works.
Like in practically every vampire movie we've seen?
Yep.
Basically. It won't feel great, but then it's over and...
She held her arms out.
Ta-da! Vampire!
I feel like you're underselling the part that sucks.
Well, you've seen the movies.
Yeah. I have so much ice in this thing. I don't want it to melt, but I kind of do, in that I want it to get out of the way. Let me get to the drink part. How frustrating. Get to the very bottom of it. Okay. She looked down for a moment and then back up at me. I knew I could trust her. She'd never once done anything to hurt me.
Alright, let's get this over with. Here? Is here alright?
I was starting to feel a little less enthusiastic. The dread of the bad bit hung over me still. Let's get it over with already.
Yes.
Okay, I sat down and Pink made sure I was comfortable. She pushed the hair away from my neck and gently kissed my skin for a moment until I felt myself relax. The sting of her fang was something I had gotten used to over the last year, but this time it was different, as if they had sunk in deeper. I mean, they probably did. Oh? I guess for breath as I felt my body become heavier and warmer, the room began to spin. Things grew dark. My heart pounded against my chest as if it was trying to escape my ribcage. The throbbing moved to my head, and then I couldn't breathe. Basically, you gotta die. This was the bad part, wasn't it? I tried to open my mouth and suck in oxygen, but I couldn't. I moved my hands uselessly, trying to communicate to Pink what was happening, but I was too weak. She held me against her tightly, as if knowing my panic. My lungs were burning. A small voice tried to remind me that I had wanted this, but my human survival instinct sent my mind reeling. Then everything just went dark, and there was nothing. Like I said, you just have to die. No light, no darkness, no sound, no sense of being. It wasn't like floating in blackness, but like falling asleep and knowing you would never wake up again. Ceasing to be. It was terrifying. Then my eyes opened. Pain arched from the base of my skull and shot down my spine. Holy shit. The coldness slowly spread out and the pain subsided. I collapsed into the booth, breathing heavily.
It's all right. It will be all right.
Aww. I could finally hear her. Had she been whispering reassuring things this whole time? I moved my tongue. There was a taste in my mouth. A pleasant metallic taste. I didn't remember drinking her blood, but I must have.
It's going away. The feeling.
I felt a little dazed, but managed to sit up a bit and look at her.
You'll be feeling much, much better very soon.
I hope so. Despite her calm voice, I could see the strain of worry flit across her face before melting into relief. After a few long minutes, I was able to sit up and stand. Then I was able to move in bed with ease. There was no ache and no resistance in any of my actions. I hadn't realized how limiting my body had been before. I stretched. It feels so good to twist and pull at my muscles without any defiance from my bones.
I feel amazing.
Pink kissed me. I wrapped my arms around her and paused when I realized she no longer felt like a moving statue.
Fun, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I pulled her back down into the booth and onto my lap. We kissed desperately with a bubbling giddiness. That's nice. She was rougher in the way she began to tug at my shirt. I pulled at the top of the clasp of her corset, usually something that gave me no end of trouble, but this time one yank was all it took. I heard a pop, and suddenly the corset was in my hand and not on Pink. She looked down at me, eyes wide in a wicked smile. Hold on. I would have apologized for ruining her corset, but she ripped my own shirt in half immediately after. I felt a whisper of air against my exposed skin. This is a lot more than the other route was. With the movement easier than it had ever been before, I managed to push her onto her back. We fell onto the sticky floor of the bar, ew, in a tangle of limbs. There in bloodlust, on the dirty floor of her bar, we ravaged each other. Jesus Christ, with a passion she had always been too careful to show me before. I knew then that we were equal in a way we had not been before, and almost regretted that we had taken so long to change me into a vampire. I had been reborn, my new life would begin, and with quite honestly the love of my life. We whispered romantic affirmations. Gonna skip over that while we enjoyed the empty bar. The end. So we got both endings. We're gonna skip the end credits and move on to the next thing. How very interesting. Like, really? Scooting myself a little bit closer for comfort purposes. Okay. Well, I get this situated. Close that. We'll move on to the next one. Okay. Pinch of magic. And nice tins. And clown fruit dough. No, it still feels too loud. A little bit more. Yeah. Okay, that's a lot better. Yep, I like that. That's a good place for it to be. Alright, that's all the options. Let's see. Gallery. Interesting. This must be various fan art. Oh, promo art, CGs. I've obviously not gotten that. Various musics. About. Ding, ding, ding. Did I miss something else? I sure didn't. Alright, let's start. What is my name? Charlotte. Oh. Oh my god, I didn't even realize. Let me go. Let me. Okay. I feel silly now. I didn't even realize you guys couldn't see it. Let me close it and reopen it. I'd totally forgotten. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Options. Full screen. Let's get it up there. You can do it. Sometimes it just takes a minute. Okay. Now let me open up the gallery again. This is apparently the various promo art. It looks like there's 2 routes. One with a mermaid person, and one with a wizard person? Yeah, because this is one of the... You choose between this one and this one. So, I don't know. Anyways, and then these are the CGs that we have not unlocked yet. Alright, let's start again. My name. What is our name? Do I want to go with Lottie or Charlotte? I'm gonna go with Lottie because it's easier for my brain to say. Let's see. She works. Oh, it's actually between character settings. It's between these two. I was wrong. The blonde-haired guy is a love interest. I didn't realize that. I'm not sure. You know, this is what we'll do. Alright, I'm gonna keep clicking. I've got my eyes closed right now. I don't know what I'm clicking on. Alright. Whatever it is on now. Did that even do anything? I think it did. It did do something, but I just landed on she, her anyway. There's no real way for me to do this without knowing which one I'm gonna land on. You know? Well, maybe there is. Maybe if I just click a bunch of different times and then just do it so fast that I don't even know if I can properly click on it. And then do it a little bit more. Just really get in there. Maybe go in circles. Oh! I didn't realize this is what happened. I guess we made choices. Load, home, auto, IDUI, log. Here, yes. Perhaps we start again. Only because I don't want to miss something. But obviously, in the end, we just chose this. So let's go with that. Return. Now we begin, for real. I didn't realize, because I had my eyes closed. Blah. I let oh, that was supposed to be yawn. Okay. I let out a freeing yawn as I leaped down from the bus onto the pavement below, bangs, bags in hand. Finally made it. Drinking in the familiar surroundings, I take a moment to execute some quick squats. Why would you do that? Can't relate. The brisk stretcher size is exactly what my compressed muscles ordered, all stiff from several hour-long bus ride from the city to the sea. I wonder if this is how Jack in the Boxes feel when they pop out. Things are definitely very strange. Comments. No extend my arms to the tropical sun as if to pluck it from the sky and take it in a greedy lungful of delicious sea air. Seems a bit much. As always, the warm climate here on the coast feels as though it's welcoming me back home. Back to the place. Take me home, country roads, to the place I belong. West Virginia, now mama, take me home, country roads. That was not really me singing, to be honest, but it was fun. I've missed all this, all of it, and ahead of me is a summer-long period of peace and respite. I graduated high school, and from now on, there'll be no parents, teachers, or peers reminding me with every breath that I'm wading to the end of my teenage years with no direction, just the sun, the sea, and this place. Nothing serious. I'm just gonna go turn up the what's it called? The air conditioning. Meaning that I'm going to make it warmer because I'm cold and I don't feel like wearing my robe right now. I love when it does that. It's so fun. Anyways, I don't feel like wearing my robe right now, so I'm just gonna go turn up the temperature, I guess is what I should say, rather than the AC or the heat. Because neither of those are correct. Just turn up the temperature. Alright, just a second. Hello. I'm back. It took a little bit longer than expected. Only because I went out there and I saw one of the royal pets had been left out. And I was very upset. I was like, sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath. I was very upset. And I was like, who left you out here? Did they not take you into the bed? Did they not put you in your little bed? Because the other dog that we have was not there, right? So I was like, did they leave the other one out on purpose? And I was very distraught by this possibility. So I went into my parents' room, demanding to know why Miss Coco, which is the name of the dog in question, had been left out. Lo and behold, the queen, my mother the queen, was just about to get her, and I just caught them in an inopportune time. And she was like, oh, I will get her, and I said no. No, you will not. I got her instead and put her into her little bed that she has and tucked her in. She quite likes that. It's very sweet. I love her dearly. She can wear little dresses. I call her Miss Coco. Miss Coco. She's definitely my favorite. I'm not afraid to admit I have a favorite animal. I'm not afraid of that. So that's what it took me so long. I had to go downstairs and then come back up. I did in fact change the temperature. Now I'm just a little bit out of breath. So let me breathe. Catch myself. But yes, I was very distraught at the mere thought that little Miss Coco was left out, all by her lonesome. It just broke my heart. I was like, how dare they? How dare they not take her? Anyways, I dote on that dog so hard. And you know what? I'm a cat person, but that dog, she's so cute. She's so small and squishy. And she hates that I love on her. And for some reason, the fact that she hates it, is more pleasing for me. I'm just like, I kiss you and love on you, even though you don't like it. She likes it sometimes, but then she gets a little bit mad because she's got emotional issues and needs a dog therapist for sure. But, you know, she was a little barn dog that wasn't treated very well. So, my mother, just a connoisseur of having all sorts of dogs and pets, dogs specifically though, insisted, once learning of Miss Coco's existence, that we absolutely must have her. There was no way that they could get rid of her. So we have her, and she's just the sweetest, angriest little baby in the whole world. I'm serious, she'll let you put clothes on her, but if you kiss her face, she's out for blood. And I mean that quite literally. She's tried to bite me quite a few times. But she's got the smallest teeth in the whole world, smaller than the size of a Tic Tac. That even when she does, like, she's gotten a hold of me, but she's never injured me in any way, shape, or form. Surprisingly enough. So, anyways, I love her so very much. She's my darling. She's my child. Not really, but she's as close as it's gonna get. Ever. You know, so. Let us continue on with the important things. What just happened? My destination, the tranquil seaside town of Linsdale, nestled in a quiet crescent-shaped cove on the coast and linked by the... Oh my god. I can't stand this writing. I'm sorry. It's too much. It would be... Does it have... Most certainly does not. Text speed. Yeah. Oh, oh. God, okay. Licked by the starry deep blue waves of the EC, some people have taken to affectionately nicknaming it Moon Bay. A pretty occultic name, all things considered, but it always seemed perfectly apt because it's also the town my grandmother, my Baba, calls home, and she just so happens to be an exceptional, I'm scratching my nose, an absolutely eccentric witch. All these years later, and I wouldn't put it past her to have coined Moon Bay herself, just because it might help drum up business among us? Sus? Anyways, among the magic folk. For the first time in 3 years, she'd asked me to visit this summer, and I can't wait to resume my magic training. My fingers, electrified, are already tingling at the prospect. This writing. I can read it, but saying it aloud is just, it's taking all of me right now to just get into that. Cursive on vellum and a wax seal. Yep, nobody except that wildly old woman would write like this anymore. There's no time like the present. Unable to hide my eagerness to see her again, I hoist my bags up to my shoulders and take off at a sprint up the staircase, leaving the bus stop far behind. And once I leapt across the threshold of the stairway's end, I see the sight I've longed for, and open my lungs wide. Hello, coffee curiosities. I'm home. My grandmother's cafe stands before me. A static monument among the other buildings, utterly unchanged, like a moment in time, perfectly preserved, the way I always remembered it. I need my glasses. It's getting late enough that I need my glasses. I'm gonna put this on here, just so, you guys don't have to see my model get all weird. I'm not gonna bother unmuting myself. Whatever you guys hear, I actually don't care. I just have to find them. I do not know where they have went. I think they may be resting on my bed somewhere, but there's so many things on my bed right now because I have to clean my room eventually. Because, you know, I would love to have my maids do it for me, but the queen forbids it. I mean, we have maids for a reason. It's just very frustrating that, like, they won't clean my room. I don't know. I have to do it myself. And I only do it when it gets bad enough. And right now, it's not bad enough for me to do it. But I do need to have it done. Maybe I'll start it next week. like Monday or so. As always, it's just my clothes. I'm just talking right now, so there's no point in me having that up there. As always, it's just my clothes, so there's really no point in me like cleaning. It's mostly just that I have a ton of clothes, just strewn. I don't even know what the word is, but thrown everywhere. Because I like clothes. I like wearing clothes. I don't know if most of them are clean or dirty. Cause see, like I have 2 baskets. One of them is clean clothes, and one of them is dirty clothes. But everything that is outside of those baskets, which is a lot, I have no idea. So yeah, I'm gonna go get my glasses. You might hear something. It might be weird. Oh, and my model's already freaking out. Well, whatever. Yeah. I'll be right back. Where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? Just for a second. Okay. Actually, also, I'm gonna put on my robe. Just cause it's still cold. And, yeah. I forget, is our grandma dead? Is she like dead as a doornail? There was like something about inheriting the shop. Somebody's dead, right? I don't know. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna mess with this for a second. Okay. Bing bong. Alright. Back to this. Got my glasses on, my robe's on. It's time to party. let's continue. My mother's cafe stands before me, a static monument among the other buildings, utterly unchanged, like a moment in time, perfectly preserved, always the way I remembered it. I have no idea if we already read that, but it reminds me of my childhood, of iced tea in the summer, sea salt ice cream, and freer days spent under
tutelage,
tutelage.
tutelage,
Tutelage.
tutelage,
Tutelage. Tutelage. Got it. And freer days spent under my Baba's tutelage. That in itself is a rare kind of magic that leaves me spellbound. Naturally, my peppy cry draws the attention of several passerby. I was inside the store, many of whom recognize me and wave a greeting. Well, I'll be if it isn't Lottie. Been a spell since you've been back. Still kept that strange habit of greeting the cafe as if it's a person. I see. Well, she's not wrong. Guess I'm a little old to be shouting in public. But as Baba used to say, a witch breathes magic and life into all things. Every word is a charm, every sentence a spell. Now that I think about it, it's totally possible she was just hoodwinking an extremely gullible 5-year-old, but well, it's a cute tradition, so who cares? I wave energetically back. Hey there, it's good to see you again. Do you know what my grandmother is about? That question seems to give her pause, and she forces a smile which can only be read as guilty embarrassment. Our grandmama's dead. Oh, you mean she? Well, I'm not too sure. Haven't been in for coffee for a while, you see. Anyway, nice seeing you, kid. Before I have a chance to respond, she scuttles off over the hill, leaving me stranded in confusion at the shop door. Dots. What in the hemlock was that all about? Glancing over the coffee again, my eyes narrow suspiciously and roam up and down the building. I finally notice one extremely telling clue. It's the height of the morning, and yet the curtains are shut tight. Fishier still is how quiet it is. Wait, don't tell me. I practically kicked down the door in my provoked state, and once inside, all my suspicions are confirmed. Not only are the lights switched off, not only are there no customers, not only has the door been clearly left unlocked with complete disregard to nasty draughts, thieves, and trespassers, but on top of that, Baba is nowhere to be found. The lingering mingled fragrance of sweet teas and bitter coffees temporarily catches me off guard, filling my nose and lined with happy memories, but I quickly remember why I'm here. I stomp across the cafe floor in big strides, making a beeline for the door at the far end of the room. A door hidden behind a heavy satin curtain and bewitched to be invisible to all non-magic customers. Baba? Baba. Dots. I stopped dead in my tracks. In the secret room, piled floor to ceiling with mystical objects, is Baba's crystal ball table. A table radiating with memories of afternoons sitting in her lap, poring over dusty tomes and having the wonders of magic whispered in my ear. And now on that table, clearly awaiting my arrival is a small paper ornament. An enchanted letter folded into the shape of a miniature rabbit. When I enter the room, it turns up his ears and bounds up from his slumber, hopping to the table's edge to greet me. I have recognized this magic anywhere. Oh no. Baba would while away hours folding. This, I don't understand the syntax of that. But it's not important. Hours folding these these critters for me as I studied until she had gifted me the entire animal kingdom out of paper. It never failed to put a smile on my face. Dots. It can only mean she's buttering me up for some unsavory news. Oh, it's worse than that. I'm going to save it for no reason. Just in case. I skeptically swoop up the paper rabbit in my hand. At the touch of my finger upon its nose, it unravels itself. Surely enough, my grandmother has inked a note in cursive inside. I just thought about this. Have I played Shining Nikki today? You know what? I don't think I have. Shining Nikki break. We've already passed the 3-hour mark, so at this point... I have to play this game obsessively. I only have to log in. I don't actually have to play it. Just because I don't want to lose my login benefits. So just give me a second. Well, here, I'll read a little bit while I do it. My dearest Lottie. Oop, sorry about that. Oh, that's interesting. Huh, that's how you can go back. I didn't know that. Anyways. I have run away. Oh. I leveled up somehow. Since I was the one who invited you to stay with me this summer, I'll venture that this will come as a shock to you. Yeah? It wasn't part of my plan, but running the cafe was beginning to feel rather droll. Is that what it is? Because it kind of seems like a lot to just completely run away because you got bored. Then I remembered it's mugwort season, and also the witchfolk are hosting a mushroom picking festival in the mountains. Much less droll by far. Uh-huh. Do not come searching for me. Write to me though if you want me to bring you back some mugwort. Otherwise, I shall bring you nothing. Huh. How strange. I don't know, it seems almost suspicious, actually. Take care of the place while I'm gone. P.S. I hope you have money. The pantry is empty. Am I crazy? Or is this not extremely suspicious? Dots. I knew it. That wayward old witch. I thought she was dead. I mean, this is obviously a better option than if she was dead, but I don't know, something still is fishy. I mean, I just don't understand why she would run away. And to a witches festival, no less. Slumping onto one of the table's squishy cushion, I throw my arms up in defeat. I absolutely should have expected this. Flying through life by the seat of her pants, living by her every whim. Dropping things when they no longer suit her. I mean, that sounds good to me, but maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe I'm the bad person for enjoying the prospect of that. The entire situation reaches into the far recesses of my mind, conjuring up echoes of countless other past examples of how mercurial Baba could be. Closing up at noon to go skinny dipping in the ocean, hosting a luau party, ugh. Then passing out after an hour on her own deadly magic punch. Her crimes of capriciousness knew few bounds. She may have taught me everything I know of magic, but early on I had to master brewing tea and coffee, not just potions, just to keep this place running smoothly. I see. It suddenly dawns on me exactly why that passerby had acted so suspiciously. I bet she cut and run days ago, and told everyone in town not to breathe a word. Yep, sounds about right. And they obeyed? Why would they? I wouldn't. I do what I want. I wouldn't obey. Why? I don't know, it just seems weird, but, I mean, I guess maybe for her it's not. No matter how you cut it, she's just running from her responsibilities again. I seriously have no clue how she's managed to keep this place running all these years. Who knows? My lips press themselves into a thin, stubborn line. Mugwort tea is my favorite, though. It's a bit, interesting. Tea-wise. It's interesting. You know, it's a choice, for sure. Sigh. I guess it's time to go shopping. Oh, I just felt a bit. I feel like I missed something just then. Oh, I didn't. Haha, that was crazy. An hour or so later, I've made begrudging progress on the cafe's sorry state. With the door now locked, and the curtains still tightly drawn. Sorry. I make use of the privacy by enchanting Baba's dustpan and broom and setting them to work on the floor. Interesting. They whiz about the room in a waltz, making quick work of any dust or grime in their path. Neat. After a brief inspection, all that remains in the fridge is a curdled bottle of milk. Gross. The pantry cupboards had also been harboring nothing but dust, but were saved earlier by a trip to the local supermarket. Okay, rest in peace, poor wallet. Oh. That's not great. Luckily, it seems the cafe's more expensive wares were in plentiful stock. Sorry, I'm like just trying to multitask right now and it's not working, but you know what? It's fine. The exotic plethora of tea leaves and underground coffee beans unground coffee beans have been safely stored in bags or dry containers. The siphons, mills, and other apparatus, too, are in good working order. Knowing Baba's devil-may-care attitude, the situation here could have been far worse. I should count my blessings she didn't let any rats inside those sacks. That moment, as if my words had personally offended her efforts, Baba's cat slinks into the room, up onto the counter to glare at me. There you are, Hannibal, which is familiar, reduced to a rat catcher. how the mighty fall in the wrong hands. But since you don't have anything better to do, if you see any about, you be sure to let me know. When I reach across the counter to switch behind her neck, she forgets her grumpiness in a heartbeat and pads off into the bathroom for an afternoon nap. Pads off into the bedroom, not bathroom. With the dustpan and broom soon done with their work, I thank them for their service and quickly finish putting the cupboards. Ooh. After a satisfying stretch, I pull back the curtains to survey the place triumphantly. Watch out, Linsdale. We're back in business. Oof. Sorry, my leg just went numb. Standing there with hands on hips, it's a funny feeling that courses through my chest. Kind of liberation and pride that comes with being free to wantonly spell cast for the first time in a painfully long while. I missed it even though more than I thought to. I missed it even more than I thought I would. Not too rusty though, thankfully. Now then. The last port of call is to flip that sign. And after all, I guess it's time to brew some criminally delicious coffee. But as soon as I step outside, I pause. My senses are once more splashed by the salty air, sun's warmth, and the far sounds of the blah 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 sea stuff. And in my line of sight, the sea itself. The sea itself. A shimmering crystal blue expanse calling me back to its edge. Well, I've worked pretty hard, if I do say so myself. Just a little stretch of the legs beforehand couldn't hurt. And so with slow meandering strides, I cross the pavement and pace down into a small stone staircase heading for the beachfront. Where we meet Mermaid Lady? Didn't bother me until just this moment. It's still bothering me. Okay. I take my time enjoying the afternoon breeze and the journey all the way to the boardwalk and beyond. When I reach the beach edge, I slide off my shoes and press on, free and barefoot in the sand. It softly envelops my feet as I walk, like a floor made of sand. The waves, too, are like crystalline satin sheets being unraveled onto the shore, rolling over rocks, shells, and themselves, and gently slipping back to their source. Okay. As ever, Moonbang, you're almost too perfect for words. God. Okay. I'm gonna stop doing this so I can focus better, but good lord. This writing, it is very, it's a lot. Like, I'ma be honest, bro. It's very much like I'm trying to sound sophisticated. It's like very tell and not show. You know? Like, which, like, I can't make anything quite good either. In fact, the only way I know how to write is through dialogue. Every single thing that I've ever written, ever, focuses heavily on dialogue, because for me, that's what happens in my stories. It's dialogue. And then in the poetry that I write, it's extremely metaphorical to the point where I would have to explain every single aspect of what I was thinking when I put it on the into it. It's very specific that I don't even think it could come across even if you were analyzing it. So, and plus the poetry I write is a bit you know, it's something. It's something. Anyways, it's killing me to read this. It's like I mean, it's free. It's a free game, but I'm trying really hard to be nice about it, but I very much dislike the way that this describes itself. I wonder if she's still out there. But before I can continue that thought, the phone in my back pocket hums, and when I retrieve it, I see several texts incoming from my parents. Their messages cascadely. Oh my god, their messages. I don't even know how to shorten this. Their messages cascade simultaneously into the group chat, making it plainly obvious. Making it obvious they're sitting beside each other, typing for the same purpose. Did you arrive safely? You forgot to text us. We were worried. How's Baba? Is she doing well? How's her back? And there it is. I sigh, typing back my regular response whenever they attempt to bring her up. If you're that worried, you could always talk to her yourself, Dad. I'm sure she'd like to hear from you, from both of you. After a brief exchange, ending in I love yous all around, I fling my phone to the side and fall back into the sand bed. Ugh, sand in your phone. The history between my parents and Baba was fractured, to say the least. In this world where so few people are gifted with the ability to will magic, we hide what we are for an easier life. Hundreds of years ago, those without the gift feared us, persecuted us, and worse. The world was messy, which folk decided almost unanimously that it was better to fade into anonymity than cause trouble. Nowadays, as far as the rest of normal society is concerned, it is known that we exist out there somewhere, but rarely do you see a witch shouting it from the rooftops. Despite the good I know we do, there's no glory in it at all. So, as far as my parents and Baba, well, Baba had always been an immensely talented witch. The first time I was sent here to stay with her for the summer, I was 3. She showed me. I'm trying to speak fast to get through this, but this part isn't even that bad, so I'll try to speak fast and shorten things where I think that they should be shortened. For my own comfort. Yeah. She showed me a few simple spells, and even though I could barely speak, I guess I was a natural. I still remember her sweeping me up when I successfully levitated a paper clip. She was so happy it was impossible for her to contain herself. My parents were different. They never taught me magic, never encouraged me to learn it. All they wished for me was an utterly normal life. They asked Baba to stop teaching me, and that was that. Or so they thought. When they found out I'd flown in the face of their disapproval and had secretly been studying hard under Baba every summer for 10 years, oh boy. I remember that day. This, I don't understand. Dad's face went a shade of blue that I didn't think it was possible outside of being hexed. After that, their relationship became strained. They stopped talking. I became the mediator, their owl, ferrying messages back and forth. This I also don't understand. I stopped visiting Linsdale for a while to give them all time to cool off. A normal life, a boring life, devoid of magic. I feel empty just at the thought of it, but honestly, I don't really have the first clue what I want to do in the future. If only witch folk didn't have to hide who we are. Crossing my legs again. As I raised myself back up to hug my knees, I realized that I've been absentmindedly dragging a finger through the sand all this time. I've drawn nothing remotely artistic, of course, just a bunch of badly drawn swirls that barely resemble shapes at all. These are almost as terrible as Kia's. A spark ignites. I remember something. A friend from long ago. There you go. I look at the sea where Kaya lives. She was a childhood friend who had been as much a part of my summers in Linsdale as my grandmother. She was a great person in her own way. She was a mermaid who befriended a witch. Shy and a little fumbling in the beginning, she barely grasped human language. Kaya was just about the only sound she could make. We'd communicate by drawing shapes in the sand, and though hers were terrible, I got pretty good at deciphering them. I can still remember our first meeting here on the shore. I was 5. Mom and Dad had just asked Baba to stop teaching me magic, and I was wailing into the ocean at the top of my lungs. And it was only once my tears had dried up that I noticed a curious baby mermaid who'd snuck away from home to investigate the service was peering at me through the waves. As I think back on it, a smile spreads across my face. Kaya, that's right. I wonder if she and her family can still swim in these waters. With a new purpose, I leap up and dust myself off. I trot up and down the beach, scanning the waves for any sign of movement, but unsurprisingly, I don't find a trace of her anywhere. There isn't a fin in sight. Well, that'll teach me for being willfully optimistic. As if mermaids would ever venture this close to shore, they'd be found out in a heartbeat. Still, I haven't exhausted all the tricks up my sleeve just yet. What is it? A conch shell? Some kind of shell? It's gonna be a shell. Determined, I set off up and down once again. This time with my eyes to the sand, scouring the golden floor for a very particular object. And finally, wedged between some barnacled rocks, I find exactly what I'm looking for. A prismatic conch, shimmering and waiting to the touch. The conch. The conch. And more importantly, in the hands of a witch, it's a horn that when blown can sing a song only a mermaid would hear. It's an ancient spell Baba had taught me as a child and used by the old witches in times of strife to call mermaids to their aid. And together, Kaya and I had repurposed it. Since the day we met, it had been my way of communicating to her, I'm here, I want to see you. Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out if she's still out there listening for me. I'm going to save again. Just real quick. I really want to be able to utilize this feature, especially with this game. As a precaution, I spin about, checking for onlookers, but this corner of the beach is deserted. So reaching into the recesses of my mind for the ancient spell, I cast it. Oh. This is the spell, apparently. Wide of the waves, my bottomless heart be an ocean of love. Wide of the waves, my bottomless heart be an ocean of love built just for thee. And if thou art astray in a faraway foam, the song of my sea will call you home. And the conch begins to gleam. I gather my breath and blow gently into his tip. Flee! But no matter how many times I call, Kaya doesn't appear. The waves simply keep rolling over the sand at my feet, slowly soaking and causing me to sink. So she left in search of somewhere better after all. No Baba and no Kia. Kia is what I'm going with. No, not Kaya. I tried. Kia is just apparently what my brain is saying. What time is it? It's almost midnight. Let's keep going. I want to know what's up with this. This is shaping up to be a pretty miserable summer. And my heart hurts. 3 years ago when I said goodbye and left Linsdale, I didn't know it would be the last time. I didn't get the chance to tell her. Somewhat sad, my shoulders droop a little. She was always so timid and unsure of herself. I wonder if she waited every summer for me to come back, and I never did. Maybe you should... Anyways. But never one to let sadness get the better of me for long. I clap my cheeks together. At the very least, I know right now what I can do is see her off with a smile. Or you can acknowledge your feelings. But I mean, God forbid we be sad for like a couple seconds. God forbid. I'm sorry, Kia, but I hope wherever you are, you're swimming happy. And that your drawings don't suck anymore. After exhaling my feelings cathartically into the afternoon air, oh yeah, I'm sure it was totally cathartic to just say that small little message. Totally resolved all your feelings of having abandoned a dear childhood friend. Yeah, totally fixed it. In fact, we're so much better now that we'll never feel guilty about it ever again. Oh, I can't tell if it's just that I'm tired, so I'm becoming more sassy, or if this game is actually like bothering me. I don't know, it's doing such serious things, but then not taking them seriously. I don't know. I turn around and head back towards the stairs. I have to open the cafe, but as my head swims with thoughts of coffee beans, recipes, and measurements, I forgot to check for obstacles in my path, and before I knew it, wow, I collided with someone else. Pretty lady. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please excuse me. Huh? The bump knocked me down a stair or two. Ow. Ow. What is that? Ow. Ow. Oh, I just had the worst sensation in my throat. It's like it burned. Oh, that was terrible. It was not like heartburn. It was something else. It was like a needle. It was like a needle pricking something inside my throat. It was terrible. Sorry. But as I shake off the pain, her eyes meet mine. Her golden irises. Oh my god. Her purple hair. Everything about her beauty is dazzling, and it temporarily catches me off guard. Phew, I'm grateful she seems unharmed. I run my fingers through my hair, somewhat embarrassed. Not at all, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention either. Are you alright? Yes, Why does she have like this, the opposite of us? I don't know. I her outfit though. It's pretty cute. All purpley and interesting. Her quiet voice quickly trails off, but she continues to stare at me with great intensity, looking me up and down with wide eyes. Ah, that's right, at the cafe. I don't have time to be wasting here. So I flash her a polite smile and shooting back up the hill, excuse myself. Oh, I'm sorry again. Have a nice evening. Dots. Panting, large leaping strides. We ran fast. Up a hill. Very fast. With the sun setting, nighttime is almost around. I don't know how long the cafe's been closed since she left, but there is one thing I know, and that is that I don't want to keep Linsdale patrons waiting for much longer. It's funny if I let slip that Baba's irresponsibleness is what put me in this mess in the first place. I'm actually excited. Rushing about, serving special blends. So, from what I remember, there might be some kind of mini game, but I'm not really sure if you can put in a mini game into Ren Pie. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. But everything I know about Ren Pie is that it's mostly just, you know, for visual novels and like dialogue options and stuff. I don't know. Rushing about, serving special blends, putting smiles on customers' faces. It was difficult at first, maybe, but I grew to love it. Positive vibes, Lottie. Maybe this will be a good summer after all. With renewed energy, I began to mentally roll up my sleeves. But just as I round the corner, an unpleasant sight makes my newly buoyed boots sink faster than a stone anchor. What the? Huh? That's weird. Directly outside the cafe, pulled unceremoniously onto the curb, is a garish, tacky, red sports car. It's brand new and clearly far too expensive to belong to any residents in Linsdale. Are you serious? Yeah, what sort of self-centered idiot parks their car square in front of a shop entrance? Oh my god. What the fuck? Sorry, yeah, just reading that made me angry. Already ticked off, I watch as an elderly man with a cane struggles to shuffle through the gap in the pavement, grasping at the cafe wall for support. He gets his revenge as he passes by it, though, flipping the bird to the car's tinted windows as he goes. You go, Grandpa. If I had any doubts that this gaudy ride would spell trouble, they're blown away as soon as the driver steps outside. What? Tall blonde person, I guess, in sunglasses and a jean jacket, slams the door behind himself, yawning loudly. Leaning back lazily onto the car roof, he slips his sunglasses up to his hairline, clicks his tongue at the elderly man's back. I'm about to storm up and give him a piece of my mind when he pulls out his phone. The latest model, it looks like, and begins snapping up landscape shots of the cafe. May I help you? I just know that this is the blonde guy in the photos, and that he is a love interest. And because it's so late, and I already hate him, I will not be pursuing him, and I will probably choose every mean option possible. It is enraging me to even think about this right now. So I'm in a bitchy mood. So let's be a bitch and go for the cute mermaid girl. Sliding his free hand casually into his back pocket, he turns to flash me a smile. It's so not cute. Fuck this guy. Are you the owner? Rage, violence, murder. Oh man. Let me be mean. Let me be mean. I square up my shoulders as much as humanly possible. Arms folded crossly. Yes, I am. Name's Lottie, and I don't appreciate you blocking the door my customers use. Customers? Oh my fucking god. I'm sorry. I'm trying really hard not to be mad. He cockily raises his eyebrow and looks around at the now very empty street. He pulls down his sunglasses once or twice in a mocking motion. Oh my fucking... Huh. Well, how's about that? Ooh, don't be mad. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Oh my god. I'm not even gonna read it. No, I need to read it. I'm gonna just summarize it. How's about that? I don't see anyone around. Looks like here is completely dead. Dead? Are you insulting my cafe? Another condescending smile slowly stretches across his face. He's clearly looking down on me and doesn't care to provide any kind of answer. He just continues on, ignoring my question. I want to see. The outfit's pretty cute. Wonder why it's wrinkly right here. Looks pretty smooth everywhere else, but right here it like wavers. I don't know if you can tell, but I find that strange. Not necessarily an insult, but I am looking for a place just like this. He straightens up and uses both hands to use his phone. His whole demeanor changes as he begins to type very quickly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please tell me he's not the... I'm trying so hard not to be mad. I'm trying so hard not to be angry. Oh my god. It's not real. It doesn't actually matter. A little bit better. So what do you do here? Don't know how to say that. Chinese teas? Matcha? You serve something other than salty tap water, I assume. Sure, there's a bottle of rancid milk in the fridge with your name on it. Yes, all of those things. We aren't some backwater cafe that only serves standard drips. Well, so you've run this place with someone else? My grandmother, she's not here right now. Uh-huh, and what's this place called? Are you freaking kidding me? Look at the damn sign, poster boy. I sigh loudly and dramatically. Coffee curiosities. His fingers pause their tapping for a moment. He takes the time to raise his smug eyebrow at me. Right, bravo. No, really, it's inspired, a little desperate, and only slightly nauseating. He stands up straight. Oh my, and takes one more large gulping glance at my cafe's facade. Then he flips his phone and snaps a headshot of my startled face. It's a perfect blend of material for my blog, that is. Your blog? Oh my god. Oh my god. I know we're supposed to hate him, but the amount of rage that this is giving me is insane. He gives me a look that is equal parts smug and pitying. It's perhaps the most punchable expression I've ever seen. You have no idea who I am, do you? No. But now that I get a really good look at him, he does look somewhat familiar. Souvenir. Don't bend it now. It's premium embossed. Gives me a... Like, oh my god. Like I care. I would bend it right. In fact, I would tear it in half right in front of him. And I would eat it. I would stuff it in my mouth and eat it. Swallow it. And let the plastic in it run through my body. That's how mad this makes me. I would want to eat that thing. Not just throw it away. Eat it. He slips a business card into my hand. Fancy gold script spells out Cuisine Belonger with the name Michael. I don't know how to say that. Thanks. Guess I'll use it when I run out of toilet paper. Snap the card from his fingers, making sure to look thoroughly unimpressed as I do. His smarmy veneer corrects just a little at that. Charmed, I'm sure. Now then, let's hope your coffee wildly lives up to my expectations, shall we? I would refuse to service him. I can feel my blood boiling. The way that smirk plays at the edge of his mouth, it's perfectly obvious what his expectations are. Though I can't place his face. I've read about bloggers just like him. Vindictive types. Don't know how to say that. Let's learn words together.
Traipse.
Traipse?
Traipse.
Jesus Christ, that's probably loud.
Traipse.
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 Traipse. So it's traipsing. Got it. Traipsing around the country, targeting coffee shops with small customer bases, searching for the worst of the worst for their scathing reviews, like sharks feasting on krill. Okay. For a second time, I slide my gaze grimly over to his red sports cars with his solid-stage wheels shining with my I don't even care. I suppose when you're scum on the surface of the industry, it doesn't matter if you destroy businesses where you go. As long as those oh my god, I'm slurring my words together. As long as those clicks keep coming. Well, he's not going to regret to drag Baba's Cafe through the mud on my watch. I would immediately refuse service. Immediately I would refuse service. I would not, So here I am in the flesh, your only paying customer and all that. I drove 2 hours from the city to find this place. Aren't you going to let me in? No! No! I wouldn't. Oh my god. They're really going to let him in. I shudder to the door and start to unlock it, but inwardly, that boiling blood is starting to boil over. I'm in no mood to play nice. In fact, just for the audacity of coming here and trying to mess with a witch's business, I'm perfectly happy to just play a little dirty, with the help of some magic. Slipping my hand inconspicuously behind my back, I start to weave a spell in the air. I step towards him all the while, a sweet smile plastered on my face. Sure, I don't have a problem with that. You're welcome to try my coffee, quickest way to get you off my property. But you might not want to step inside just yet because... Prank or distract? I don't know if prank is the right choice. I'll say distract. A seagull just stole your phone. What? He turns on his heels to see a seagull that is now squatting on the top of the roof of his car, phone in beak. I'm pleased to see that after being summoned, it took the time to excrete on the car before it landed too. It's a nice touch if I do say so myself. Hey Birdie, I'm going to need you to give me back my phone now. It's very expensive and it was a gift, so alright, just give it back. Flustered, Michael edges closer to the seagull, trying not to scare it back into the skies with the phone in tow. Please? Seagull blinks at him with bored indifference. So just give it back to me. He lunges towards the seabird like a complete idiot, finally compelled to move. The bird immediately drops the phone and rockets itself up into the air. And in the process, its clawed web feet tear through the fragile paint and metal on the car roof. Leaving a permanent deep scar on the surface. Oops. Ah! Uh-huh. Yeah, be sad, bitch. Fuck this guy, bro. Michael rushes forward and falls upon the car in misery, like a man whose soul has just been crushed. Bianca, my darling, no, no. Oh god, father's gonna kill me. Bring. Oh, this pleases me. Oh, his suffering pleases me so. I'm so happy that he's upset. This fucking piece of shit guy. Suffering. The timing is so impeccable, I'm almost convinced I've somehow cast a second spell. Michael's phone explosively starts to ring upon seeing the caller ID. The blood drains from his face. Beep. Father, it's good to hear from you. No, I'm fine. You're back from Hawaii. Yeah, of course I can, but, Father, about the car you bought me. Well, see, it's a funny story. Having completely forgotten me, Michael woefully shuffles away out of earshot to take the phone call. Dots. That wasn't my fault, right? You know what? It was, and we should be glad about it. Nah, accident, Lottie. Not vandalism, just an accident. I'm gonna save here. Yep, nothing to worry about, and so mostly smug, yet ever so slightly regretting my influence on this turn of events. I take the opportunity to back away through the cafe door, swinging the sign to open all along the way. Still pretty sad. The minutes and then tens of minutes painfully tick by. Not a single potential customer steps inside or even hazards a peek through the windows. I start by leaning over the counter, head in palms, alternating between watching the clock hands and the bell above the door. But I quickly get bored and my twitchy hands tap the counter, searching for something to do. No. Michael's business card is nearby, exactly where I'd thrown it earlier, so I retrieve it and twirl it around absentmindedly. Let's find out how famous this guy really is. Whoa, seriously? Quick phone search pulls up hundreds of results, blog posts with hits in the tens of thousands, sponsorship tries to the prominent worldwide cafe chain Moonbugs, a hefty follower base on social media, and even a narcissistic modeling portfolio of monochrome shirtless photographs. Dots. Just great, as if I don't have enough problems right now. And what's with those pictures? He's dripping wet in half of them. Did someone turn on a hose or something? So stupid. Now more irked than ever, I check my phone aside and go back to watching the clock. All this inactivity is doing nothing except stiffening my muscles and You didn't think to renovate? 30 minutes and not a whiff of anyone. Not even one of the regulars. This can't be right. I'm sorry, I have no idea what just happened to me. I recall my previous summers here when there were always non-magics and witch folk around. Ugh, this is water now. This is water now. No more drink, just water. And nasty water, that is. Let me put it to the side. My model's gonna freak out. Oh hey, it actually didn't. I'm surprised. How did it freak out more from me coming back than it did for me leaving? But there were always non-magics and witch folk around, mingling, joking, and shooting friendly banter back and forth with Baba. Back then, her cafe had never seemed wanting for patrons. Each day a steady stream of satisfied customers would come in and go on an even pace. It had never been busy. It was comfortable. Sure, it's unlikely there'd be a lot of witch folk making the trip right now. No doubt they're all up on that mountaintop with a Baba picking mugwort and betting. Sorry, I'm taking off my robe at the moment, but without without getting up, which is very difficult, actually. Somehow, I went from cold to way too warm in a matter of minutes. Or probably rather an hour. Yeah. But for there to be no non-magics around either, I glance back at the clock, disappointed by what I see. It's far too late now to be trying to pluck customers off the street, but if I root around, there may be something else of use laying around somewhere. So, determined to be productive in some capacity, I trawled through some of the lower kitchen cupboards, hoping to find something to use to attract new customers in the morning. Sensing activity, Hannibal slinks into the kitchen and curls around my leg. With a pointed meow, she leads me to a hatch under a rug on the floor below one of the open cupboards. Nice, good job, Hannibal. She purrs whatever that is and continues to circle around as I rummage through the contents of the hatch box. There isn't much of use, but I do stumble upon an old signboard for advertising and some pastel chalk sticks. Oh, this is perfect. If I spruce it up a little, it'll do for a mini menu at the end of the street. For real though, like why? Look at this place. It's got little chips and stuff on it. Looks dusty. I mean, and dreary too. It just doesn't seem like a place people would really be wanting to go to. Hannibal pokes her little, oh dear. Pokes her little head beneath my arm, demanding scritches for her hard work. So distracted I failed to hear the bell chiming at the door. Good girl, who's going to get some fishy wishies tonight? That's right, you are. Excuse me? Ow, just a second, I'll be right with you. A radiant sight greets me. Oh, is it the woman from before? Clutching the bruised crown of my head that just exchanged blows with the cupboard door, I totter embarrassingly back onto my feet and heave myself over the counter. A radiant sight greets me. Oh yes, the woman. Oh, her hello. Fishy wishies? Sorry, I was talking to the cat. Oh, I remember you. Her eyes visibly sparkle and her cheeks peeking. You do? Of course, the lady from the beach, right? I'm so sorry again for bumping into you back there. Oh no, that's quite alright. So that's what she meant. Somehow she looks kind of sad. Did I say something wrong? Do they know each other? I don't know. An awkward silence settles over us. As it stretches on, she starts to comb a finger nervously through a loose curl of hair. Well, this is a fine way to start the evening, by making my only customer comfortable. Applying my kindness, most sincere smile, I gesture towards one of the seats at the counter. I can at least salvage the situation by acting professional now. Where are my manners? You're here to order, right? What can I get you? We have a menu around here somewhere. Sorry. As I rummage around behind the counter, though her body language is shy, the woman's striking sandy eyes watch me intently. I can't help but feel a little nervous. Here it is. I slide the menu across the counter. A lavish, high-end tablet listing all our served items, including coffee blends, black, white, and green teas, small meals, and desserts. But this tablet, much like the cafe itself, has a mystical secret up its sleeve. A coffee cup-shaped tab on the screen, enchanted to be invisible to non-magic customers, conceals a hidden second menu, one that displays some of Baba's oldest potions and other recipes designed for more magical patrons. I was surprised earlier to find such a thing myself. A paper menu was all that existed before, but the tablet looks brand new and screams impulse purchase, which unfortunately also happens to be one of Baba's many bad habits. The woman graciously takes the tablet from me, tucking a periwinkle curl. See, no, I disagree. Periwinkle? You know what? No. I staunchly disagree with this. You know what? Let me. This is odd. Well, whatever. Look at this. Periwinkle. Look at all these various shades that are considered periwinkle. Look at this periwinkle plant. Look at that. Even this. And this. Even these. And even this. Technically, it's just the periwinkle plant, not the actual color, but... Look at all this. Look at all of this. Now tell me, do you see a single result on this page that in any way resembles that woman's hair? You know what does? This. And you know what it says? Violet purple periwinkle. This is of the same kind of plant. Maybe this? But this is more of the pink ones. Like, what? What? What's the reasoning behind calling this hair color that this woman has? What is the sense in calling this hair color anything similar to any of these colors? This game, excuse my Twitter, yeah. So I disagree with everything that was just said about her hair color. Tucking a purple curl behind one of her stylish earrings, she begins scrolling intuitively through the menu. She's so elegant and glamorous, and her eyelashes have this beautiful dewy quality to them. Is this the mermaid girl? I don't recognize her as the mermaid girl, personally, but I could be wrong. Like black waves breaking on the beach at night. So strong was that association, I was curiously struck by a sense of familiarity. But then, it must be. You have nothing new on the menu, I take it. Dots and exclamation point? I'm sorry, you could say I'm somewhat of a regular here. I know this place and its owner very well. Oh, then I take it you also know my grandmother's out of town right now? I do, but it's no trouble at all. I didn't come here today to see her. She tilts her head shyly. It's a devastating move, but I don't think she's doing it on purpose. Is she enjoying her vacation? Oh yeah, I'm sure she's having a whale of a time. She pulls stunts like this far too often. I'm half convinced she's dragged me back here just to rope me into running this place for a few weeks. The woman shuffles somewhat bashfully in her seat, lowering her eyes to her lap. Well, if it brought you back to Linsdale, then I'm glad she did. Just think of this as a swear to God, I'm tired of this thesaurus. I'm gonna have to Google it now. Because if I see a word that I don't know, I have to figure out what it is. Salacious.
Salacious.
Having or conveying undue or inappropriate interest in sexual manners? Huh? What? Similar pornographic? Huh? Risque? Adult? Oh my god. What? Just think of this as a salacious and what? Dots? Did she mean to say serendipitous? I certainly hope so. With a gentle smile, she clears her throat and taps the screen with her nail. The highlighted drink is the salty kelp latte, a popular sea-based item from the secret menu. This one, if I may, it's my usual order. Dots and exclamation point. Sure thing, I'll just be a moment. I flash her a knowing smile before stepping over to the kitchen area to prepare my order. Her order. As I lay my hands on the glass bottle of kelp leaves, a spark of inspiration hits me. And so I prepare the drink with magic. With nobody else here, why be ordinary when I can afford to be a little flamboyant? With a snap of my fingers and a series of illuminated shapes traced around in the air, ingredients heed my call and begin to dance around me in a flourish. A dash of seawater, a pinch of sugar, and the star of the show, the salty kelp. The kelp blades weave their way through the air until they collide and pirouette. Oh my god, I really don't need you to explain this to me. Crushing themselves into a fine powder, it falls into the basin of a china cup that digs its way into the woman's hands. Wow, it's so pretty cool, but the magic show's not finished yet. Last to arrive is steamed milk. And unfurling itself from a nearby jug like a porcelain ribbon. It winds its way into the cup, slowly mixing with the other ingredients. As the last drop falls, I bring my palms forward to bless the drink with one final drop of something special, a pinch of magic. And now for the finishing touch. Could you tell me your name? She looks agitated, as if she has particular trouble answering the question. It's, Kiana. It's a mermaid girl. It's a mermaid girl. Huh? Alright, sit tight, Kiana. I'm saving it right here. Yeah, because... Listen. No, this isn't what I want. Home. Yes. No, I disagree. Oh my god. I'm right. Or I'm wrong. That is Kiana. Or Kia. That's her. I thought her hair was blue. Yes, and he's a love interest. Which I wholeheartedly refuse. No. 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 Absolutely not. Oh, it just makes me so mad to even consider him as a love interest. He's gonna have to put in a lot more work to get any kind of anything from me. Oh, it just makes me so mad. Oh, it makes me so mad. Okay. Oh, just don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. It's not important. It's not important. Okay. Did I just miss something? Because I clicked something? Alright, sit tight, Kiana. Yeah. Reach across the counter for a thin nozzle bottle filled with caramel, and in small delicate letters write her name across the milk foam. And there we have it. Bon appetit. As she puts the drink to her lips, the warm steam brings a soft flush to her cheeks. A small content sigh escapes her as she returns the cup to the saucer. So, my salty kelp latte, does it meet a mermaid's approval? Yes, very much so. It's scrumptious. Glad to hear it. What did she say? It's gumptuous. But I'm pretty sure you mean scrumptious. Oh my goodness. This is embarrassing. Human language is still so hard. Right, I've been studying so much, but I still mess up all the time. I am thirsty. Do I have any drink left in this? I'm gonna try and get it without freaking out too much. Oh, please. Give it to me. Yes. I did have some of my water from yesterday left. Yes. Perfect. My throat was getting very dry from all the talking. Some of that weird cookie strawberry chapstick. Her whole face breaks out in a fierce flush. I find it necessary to, yeah. Anyways, her whole face breaks out in a fear flush. I was trying and figure out how many hours this game is, but it should be one round good enough. Because apparently, just looked at it, Kiana's is the shortest one. Which I wholeheartedly disagree with, but, yeah. I'm quite content to just finish her route, not even consider blonde-haired boy. He sucks. I'm not going to talk to him. Rich asshole. I don't care if he gets dumped by his dad. I don't care about that. He's made his choices to be a narcissistic piece of garbage. And no amount of us being like, oh, you don't really have to be that way. None of us being our manic pixie dream girl sort of thing is going to make him stop being a piece of garbage. So, I'm not gonna talk to him. He's awful, terrible. No amount of character development is going to make him stop having those tendencies. Nope. I refuse. The quiet elegance I'd seen in her earlier is completely peeled away. Nothing could have prepared me for this. It's like her demeanor has done a complete 180. I thought she was demure, but I guess she's just shy about making mistakes in front of a human. Either way, it's absolutely adorable. Don't apologize, it's cute, the way you mix up your words. It reminds me of... Huh? No way, Kia? I suppose so. I suppose so. And so I've been visiting the cafe ever since my brinalings ended. I suppose I look quite different now, don't I? That's quite the understatement. I didn't recognize you at all. An hour later, Kia and I are sitting together, lattes in hand, at the counter. We've been talking so animatedly, I barely think either of us have paused for breath. Oh, don't I know it. By now I recognize her familiar shyness and her adorable mannerism, but I have to admit, seeing her adult human form for the first time is still throwing me for a loop. Perfectly understandable when I consider she still looked like a child 3 years ago. The changes to her face in particular are profound, but not unexpected. After all, I know very well that mer people experience growth very differently from humans. A mer person's childhood, their brainling period, would last from the time they hatched until they reached the normal age of human adolescence. Throughout the brainling, mer children would barely appear to age at all, maintaining a childlike appearance for years and years. And then, at brainling's end, what await them was a highly accelerated transformation into an adult body and the ability to adopt a human form. After I met Kia, whatever, because we couldn't really communicate at first, I remember wanting to learn more about her kind. I found out about Brandling and the Change through one of Papa's old books. As I also recall, I had to climb up her bookcase like a monkey to get it, and slipped on the way up. Kaya cried for hours when I turned up at the beach covered in bruises. So when did your bridling end? When I was about 17. It was a year and 3 months after you left. Not that I was counting. When she kisses me smiling, Kia turns away and scrambles for her drink. It's the cutest thing. But I'm suddenly reminded of something else. Wait, earlier, didn't you say your name was Kiana? Well, after you didn't seem to recognize me at the beach, I was a little embarrassed. She sighs heavily, resting her hand over her heart. Even though I came to the cafe just to see you again, I still couldn't bring myself to say anything. Oh, but Kiana is the land name I chose for myself, so I wasn't exactly lying to you. I just had trouble pronouncing it when we were children. I do use it around Linsdale. My family in the ocean still use my sea name, of course. I probably shouldn't pry into that. Mermaid sea names are private, intimate things after all. Okay. I guess I should be careful not to call her Kia too much around town, though, either. I'm not saying that. With that question out of the way, I loop the... I loop the conversation back around to what really matters. So how was it, your change, I mean? Oh, it was better than I expected. The growing pains were bad for a while, but compared to the others who experienced it at the same time, my change was relatively quick. She takes the last few sips of her latte, then sprays the empty cup down and lays the empty cup down and fingers it pensively. I'm just happy that my outside finally matches who I am inside. When we used to play on the beach together, we couldn't go far because, well... Yeah. As I chuckle as I head back around the kitchen counter to wash her cups and saucers. No legs? Right. You were growing up, and in my mind I was growing up with you, but physically for me nothing was changing, and every year it felt like you were getting further and further away. And there was nothing I could do about it. We used to draw so many shapes in the sand. All the things I wanted to do, all those places I wanted to visit, but because of me we couldn't do any of it. If we are not done by 5 hours, I'm gonna just end it there. Because I'm getting sleepy. 5 hours is 1 a.m. for me. So I want to go to bed. So that's 40 minutes if we have not completed her route in 40 minutes. I'm just going to end it here. Her eyes glaze over. She suddenly looks quite dejected, not wanting to watch her beat herself up. I take her hand in mine. We can now, right? Exactly, no more hiding in the rock pools or covering up our fins. We can stray as far from the beach as we want. Now that you have your human form, the world is your oyster. You can just let me know what you want to do and we'll go do it. It works like a charm. You might see me bounce around a little bit, and that's because I'm bouncing my leg. So that shaking right now, this is me not doing it. I just want you to know the difference. This is me not doing it. This is me doing it. Obviously, it's much worse now. Stopping. Starting. So yeah, that's why this is happening. There's nothing weird going on. Kiana's eyes light up, and she leans across the counter, excitedly. Okay. Oh, but with your grandmother gone, you'll be working here full time, won't you? Then, until we can do something, I'll just stop by every day to see you. I shrug my shoulders, gesturing toward the empty room in an exaggerated way. Huh, thanks. I'd appreciate the company in more ways than one. As you can see, this place isn't exactly busy. Without a regular or two, quite honestly, I might struggle to make ends meet this summer. And based on today, I'll take just about any customer I can get. Anyone but that vain guy, anyhow. The more I remember his smug face, the crabbier I get. It's at the point when I realize that I'm not doing so much drying the cups as grinding the tea towel into them that... Jingle jingle, the bell at the... Oh no. Welcome, just take a seat. And I'll be with you straight. Oh, speak of the devil. Michael strides inside, looking the interior over with both hands shoved into his jean pocket with a slightly furrowed brow. He's looking decidedly less cool and collected than this afternoon, though, and it's obvious he's trying his best to mask it. Nice place. Drafty cracks in the walls. Nice. Yeah. My jaw creaks like metal as I force a smile. Linsdale's tourism prides itself on the town's invigorating beachy sea breeze. Why deprive our customers just because they're indoors? Cute, very cute. Dots. Sensing Kiana's discomfort, I gesture to the counter seats with an audible huff. Well, I'll sit down if you're here to order. You are here to order? Do you know, also, that you have to play through his route twice? Twice? No. No. Just no. No. I would not do this. In any reality. Oh my god, it makes me mad to even think about it. He slides into his seat directly beside Kiana, very obnoxiously pulls out his phone. Of course, and I don't need a menu. Just serve me your best attempt at coffee. You going to pay for it? Please, of course I will. I'm not trying to put you out of business. Though I retreat to the back of the kitchen to begin scooping and grinding the coffee beans, I keep one watchful eye on Michael at all times. Thankfully, though his gaze is still roaming all over the interior, he isn't trying to snap pictures, but is obviously searching for something. A juicy tidbit, a draw for his story, and so after his eyes complete their rounds of the decor, they naturally come to fall in his neighbor. Are you a regular here? Yes, I come here almost every week. His eyes widen in genuine surprise. Really? What's your usual order? If it's that good, maybe I should have ordered it too. Yeah, you would hate that. She looks at me begging for assistance, but I'm way ahead of her. I make it back to the counter in a heartbeat and step in. She's a special customer. Her order's not on the menu. It's, shall we say, an acquired local taste. I doubt you'll like it. Gotta admit, though, I'm sorely tempted to put seawater in his coffee just for the heck of it. Must resist. Well, that's a shame. You'll have to let me in on the secret of that drink sometime, miss. Ever sweet and polite, Kiana holds out her hand to introduce herself. Kiana. Just Kiana is fine. No, I'm afraid I don't know much about the recipe, or coffee for that matter. Just as I become concerned that Michael might be about to defile Kiana's hand with a kiss, another one of those pretentious business card appears in his hands and he drops it into hers. I don't care about this word. I'm Michael. I'm an expert on coffee. I'm a cafe blogger. Oh. Cuisine? It's pronounced cuisine. Kiana eats food. I turn to Michael and scramble for cover up. She's not from around here. But her accent? He doesn't look convinced at all. But thankfully, Kiana's pure-hearted curiosity comes to the rescue. You write about food? Then you're here to write about coffee curiosities? Yes, that's the intention, and no doubt you've heard of my... But Kiana's already stopped listening. Lottie, this is perfect. Now you won't have to worry about finding customers. Once you taste your coffee, he's sure to love it. And if he writes something good, people will come from all over to Linsdale. Oh, baby. Yeah, Kiana, my sweet summer child, your innocence is wasted on him. He's not that kind of blogger. As I slowly churn the coffee grinder, I give Michael a disapproving side-eye, and he shifts his seats. The twitchy guy sitting beside you only visits coffee shops he expects to be bad. His blog is just a collection of hatchet jobs, designed to be shocking and to take any business he writes about. He's only here because he thinks my coffee is going to taste so undeniably terrible, it will make for a juicy article. You tell him! This is theoretically me, but I would just never have served them in the first place. With one last yank, I grind the last of the coffee beans into dust. Or have I missed anything out? Michael practically rolls his eyes into the next century. Hey now, you make it sound like I'm the enemy here. You are! Ask my darling readers and they'll tell you the only thing I'm guilty of in this business are being criminally handsome and honest. And the coffee they served at all of those other cafes just happened to be honestly awful. So think of this way, this is a perfectly fair chance to impress me. Not that you will, I've savored all the finest blends this world has to offer, but you're welcome to try. It seems to take Kiana a few moments to process all this information. I guess she still isn't all too knowledgeable about this side of human society yet, but once it does click into place, she looks crushed. But how could you do something like that to hard-working people? That's so Despicable. And I guess that was supposed to be despicable. I'm happy she has my back, but Kiana's just wasting her breath. Besides, this coffee critic just unwittingly challenged a witch. I'm not the one who's about to be eaten alive. It's alright, Kiana. He has the right to do what he likes, and so do I. All I have to do is prove him wrong, so go ahead. With a single finger, I slid the crop across the counter in one fluid motion. It stopped just shy of Michael's hand, taunting him like a bleh, I don't care. It emits a powerful aroma that clings to the air. A secret house blend with a pinch of something special mixed in. I sneak Kiana mischievously, and she understands my meaning implicitly. Drink up, you won't be disappointed. What's the matter? You should drink it before it gets cold. I won't let you use the excuse that it was bad simply because you ruined its flavor by letting it sit too long. I decided to push him just a bit harder. As the expert here, you wouldn't make that mistake, would you? I stare him down until he finally gives in, puts the cups to his lips, and all that bravado and it's mediocre after all. He takes another sip. Exactly, it's completely, and another. Completely? And he continues to drink it. He drinks a lot. Yeah, he drinks a lot. Huh. He slams the cup down on the counter and stares at it in dumb disbelief. She's shaken a little breathless, and there's something clouded about his expression. Delicious. Oh, are we getting a graphic or something? Uh-huh. One day. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's got 30 minutes to start picking it up. It's 9 p.m. which is closing time. I scribble down the orders onto receipt paper and rip the page out and hand it over to him. So 3 secret blends, 1 small and 2 grandes. That'll be 7 gold. He's been scowling like this since he finished his first cup. Truthfully, he looks more mystified than anything else. After the first cup, he sat shell-shocked for several minutes, then sprung up and demanded 2 more of the same drink in quick succession. When they were ready, Kiana and I held it together, watching him discreetly over the tops of our own lattes. He never took more than 1 small sip at a time, crossing his arms and quietly ruminating on the taste before going back for another sip. He really thinking. He took a lot of pictures and how many notes he typed into his phone. Half an hour later, I thought he'd finally admit defeat, but Michael, 7 gold. Right now, Michael's clutching onto his gold, pouting comically. He looks like a child who doesn't want to give up his favorite marbles unless his parent agrees to trade him a cookie. I can't believe I'm saying this. I don't feel sorry for him, so I'm not gonna read it. No matter how hard he racks his brain, he's never gonna figure out the secret. I don't care about fucking cheating at coffee. Would I feel more guilty about cheating at coffee? Oh, right, yeah, here. Thanks. Here's your change. I don't get it. How? Tell me how. It's finally too much for his pride, and slams his hand down on the counter. How is your coffee that good? This place takes terrible reviews everywhere. It's a dead spot online, and there's no way the coffee this could be good. Terrible reviews. When he sees that I have no intention of answering him, Michael clasps his head defeated in size. He's still pouting like a little kid. Tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow to make absolutely sure it wasn't a fluke. I'm not writing my review until I know you're not cheating. How do you cheat at making coffee? Looking forward to it. Ugh. He concedes and stomps away, stomps away to gather up his phone. He leaves. She leans in. Kiana leans in and whispers in my ear, "Is he gonna be alright? He looks kind of upset. He'll get over it," and I have a feeling he might turn out to be quite useful. As I'd done for Michael, I write out her receipt and pass it all. Here you go. How are the lattes? Not salty enough? She puts her hand to her face. Cheeks peak with contentedness. Not at all. They were perfect, even more so than your grandmother's. Your kelp lattes leave me feeling completely refreshed. Sorry. My lips are very chapped. Or something like that. Being out at the sea for so long must be tough. Anytime you need to pick me up, I am here. Thank you. Just as Mike was making his way back, Kiana puts her hand into her purse, fishing around for gold. She's fumbling a little, like she's having trouble. Oh, I forgot. Maybe she doesn't even know how human currency works yet. Before I can cover her, Michael steps forward. No need to be flustered. I'm more than enough for both of us. Oh, it's fine. I think here. Is this enough? She tips out the entire contents of her purse onto the table. A mountain. Individual coins spill off the counter onto the floor. What the? Kiana, it was 8 gold, not 800. Oh. Well, that's okay. I have so much anyway. Just take it. She turns to Michael with the sweetest innocent smile. Would you like me to pay for yours too? Mr. Michael. No, it's like something about how he had already paid. Michael picks his jaw up on the ground and quickly sees himself out. Did I say something wrong? No you didn't. Don't worry about it. I paused, thinking back to what Michael had let slip earlier. Kiana, this cafe, does it have a bad reputation in Linsdale? Yeah, I thought about that. Late into the night, I'm staring absent-mindedly into Bob's crystal ball with my head on the table, a fuzzy blanket around my shoulders, and Hannibal in my lap. Bob's rabbit-shaped letter is still hopping about on the desk, deftly dodging all of Hannibal's impish paw swipes. All around us, the dustbin and broom go about their nighttime cleaning. Sweep, sweep. Dots. Sweep, sweep, sweep. I still can't stop thinking about terrible reviews. That's what he said. Kiana doesn't seem to know anything about it, but then again, I don't think she'd even know about it. No reason to not just find out myself. I grab my phone and punch in a few keywords. Sure enough, it turns up a dozen results. None of them good. About this, at least. It turns out Michael hadn't been exaggerating. Terrible star ratings, crummy decor, photographic evidence of bad service. There's even one that looks like a secret shot taken from under someone's armpit. No way, Bob was just plain asleep in this one. At the counter, just not even trying to hide it. All of the public reviews, at least, seem to have been written from the point of view of the outsiders. That doesn't come from me much. That only means that Linsdale residents still care enough about Baba as a friend to not out her online. But let me guess, all these ratings go back, 3 years. Not so suddenly, back to the end of my last summer at Linsdale. Suddenly extremely irked all over again. I grab a pillow and throw it. Several old ledgers come tumbling down and clatter on the ground. Honestly, Bubba, you're a powerful witch. If you didn't want to run a cafe, why don't you just do something else? That's exactly why Dad's worried about you. After screaming, I go over to the pile of books that just fell, after throwing the pillow, by the way, and start gathering them. Hannibal comes over, steps on top of all the books, and then tries to sleep on them. And what about you? Didn't think to mention that tidbit, did you? The truth is, even if her heart had literally had never been in the cafe, I know exactly why Baba chose to stay in Linsdale all these years. Once she laughed and told me it's because she could lie on the sand in a bikini, drinking coconut juice, but really it was because of all the shirtless surfers, wasn't it? Oh, Jesus Christ. I picked up one of the last books, shaking Hannibal off the cover, but I stopped when I realized it's this year's edition of the book. Something in me holds back from returning it to the shelf before taking a peek inside. A feeling, oh god, a bad feeling that Baba had one more skeleton in her closet waiting for me to discover it. Her escape, the bad reviews, the empty pantry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I have the hiccups. I'll just try to continue, okay? I'll just try to continue. It's no big deal. I promise. It's not a problem. All the clues were aligning to suggest one very horrible picture. So I thumbed through the first few pages and dots. I'm sad. Haha, I knew it. She's totally broke. Oh my god, she's broke. But that's not all. There's another message for her. Okay. At my feet, a tiny paper rabbit bounds up, cruelly announcing by a cute tilt of the head that has one more message for me. It levitates and unfolds itself in the air. There's a space at the very bottom of the letter that slowly stains itself with ink. A message that had been hidden until this exact moment. Lottie, PPS, that's right, I'm broke. Don't even know how that happened, really. Be a dear and sort something up before I have to file for bankruptcy. I believe in you. Wow, Grandma. Oh, it's Hannibal. Cute. At the crack of dawn, the alarm goes off, my eyes snap open, and I launch myself out of bed. Almost burying a sleeping Hannibal in the duvet, I shake off. If we have enough time tomorrow, I might continue with this game. But Monster Sweethearts is supposed to be quite a large game with lots of different endings and such, and I'd like to get through most of them. But you know, if we have time, I'll continue this game because I don't think we'll be able to finish the route before I have to go to sleep. Or if anything, I'll continue it another day. Because I'm getting very sleepy. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Ooh, I'm running on fumes, you guys. I'm running on fumes. And it'll probably be the same tomorrow. So I'm thinking probably by Monday I'll have each of these videos uploaded to YouTube. And then on Monday I'll tweet out the link. Update it into my about page. Put it in the section with my other links. So yeah. Ooh. Alright. After a brisk run on the spot, I wake myself up till I'm ready to deal with this nightmare situation. Action plan for today. Get dressed. I swing the wardrobe doors open. Just choosing anything. Fashion does not matter. Okay, step 2. Don't think about how much pain you're going to inflict on Baba when she shows her face. No plotting, no curses, no hexes, nothing. Focus. Today is about customers, cash, and coffee. Nothing else, but mostly cash. You need to fucking fix this. I leave the bedroom behind and hurry down the corridor towards the kitchen, snapping life into the closed curtains and air conditioner with my fingers as I go. Cool air and sunlight flood the room just as I step outside to flip the sign. The sign said to open. I pause briefly to place a kind hand on the warm cafe wall and take in the crisp, briny morning. Step 3. Save this place. My home. Hi, Michael. Tell me, because I'm dying to know, did the bricks ever talk back? There he is, grinning. Clearly in a better mood than I'd expected. I'm not reading that because it's some kind of thirst thing. I'm not reading it. You look. Don't say cute. Sweaty. Do you like sweaty? Huh? He laughs at my reaction before taking a few steps closer. I'm just teasing. Listen, I did some thinking last night over in the subpar hotel. My car's in for repairs, so it looks like I was stuck here for a while. But I'm not here for a fight. So long as I'm here, I will take another cup of that special house blend of yours every day for research purposes only. I'm sorry, I just read ahead. I think this is very amusing. The image of the dusty old pile of books in Baba's secret room flashes up in my mind, the red ink scrawled up across their pages, the zeros backing every number. Suddenly, I'm feeling very amenable in keeping Michael around as long as possible. You'll never figure out the recipe for that blend, but you spend 22 gold a day at least for as long as you're here, and maybe I'll agree to let you in on a secret. A small smile spread across his face. Fine. Well, come in then. You're darkening my doorstep. He actually laughs a little at that. Charming. Don't even get a hello. I reserve hospitality for customers I actually like. At the end of his second grande-sized cup, Michael composes himself, then pleats his fingers together and rests his arms on the counter. Ah, I see. It's passable. Wouldn't kill you to exercise humility for 2 seconds and just admit it's the best coffee you've ever tasted. Now that the shock of the first dozen sips and the feeling of being put on his backside is worn off, it seems Michael's able to at least pretend to be critical of the taste. Well, I suppose there's something to be said for the magic gradually losing its potency the more it's ingested. Nothing I can do about that. So enlighten me. What's that? Michael tilts his chin toward the small signboard and chalked sticks I'd found yesterday inside the hatchbox, which are now lying on the countertop, waiting to be transformed into an advertising masterpiece. Coffee Curiosities is scrawled across the top in multicolored chunky block letters. along with the cascading list of some of the more attractive items on the menu. I wrote the wording late last night, but the signs was definitely missing some much needed pizzazz. Oh, that. It's step one of my grand marketing master plan. If that's your best attempt at marketing, I bet your first idea was a train wreck. Oh my god. Let me give you some tips, and then you give me that recipe. Oh gee, how about, no. Just as he's opening his mouth again, the bell at the front door jingles, cutting Michael's needling short. Moments later, Kiana shyly appears inside. Oh, hey, morning. Good morning, Lottie. Oh, and Mr. Michael. Good morning to you, too. Unfortunately, on this fine day, I no longer can stand the sound of, the background music, because it's been just the same thing, as far as I can tell, over and over again for the past, I don't even know how long, and it's driving me crazy. So for the last 10 minutes, unfortunately, there will not be any background music. So feel free to put in your own, because I just can't. Maybe hum a little bit while you listen to it. I don't know. Do something. If you need background music, figure it out. I can't stand it. So I will not be continuing this. Kiana takes a seat beside Michael, and, while I make her latte, she spots the signboard and pastel chalks laying on the side. Her eyes light up. Oh, you're making a menu board? Menu board, because she said it wrong. And yep, some drawings of teacups are cute animals, and I'll be ready to go outside. Can I help with the pictures? Sure, go ahead, knock yourself out. It'll be okay, right? Her drawings must have improved at least a little bit, right? Oh, that's pretty lousy interpretation of a penguin. Penguin? No, that's a tuna and a top hat. Alright, now that's definitely a giraffe, right? Actually, it's an oarfish. A pelican? No, this one is a seahorse. At least they're all sea themed. By now the board is so smudged with chalk residue, there's nothing to be done but erase everything and start over. I quickly put a hand on Kiana's sagging shoulder before she can do any more good intention damage. Don't worry, Kiana, if you want help with marketing, you can help me with something else. Okay, why are you doing this? Is the cafe in a lot of trouble? I had been delicately wiping the board clean, but Kiana's comment stops me in my tracks. Since the moment I had woken up this morning, I'd been putting on an energetic front, avoiding negative thoughts to trick myself into believing I could do this alone. But I'm floundering, and I don't want to lie. So, despite Michael's presence, I come clean. Well, actually, blinks. After openly divulging the situation, and the alarming state of the ledgers I found the night before, both of them sit quiet and pensive for a moment. Surprisingly, Jesus Christ, Michael goes straight to judgment. Well, I may get some juicy tidbits for my blog yet. He shrugs his shoulders in a smug, exaggerated way. I mean, really, what did you expect? This place is practically falling apart. I cast my eyes over to the room, unable to deny it. I know. There are earthquake-level cracks in the floor. Yeah, I know. And the owner has a nasty habit of being mean to 50% of her paying customers. Do you take pleasure from being equal parts correct and infuriating? Always. Just when I expect him to follow up with more insults, his face grows serious. Look, just because your coffee is actually decent, I'll level with you. You want to dig yourself out of this mess, there's only one tool that's going to serve you best. As a shovel. What's that? He slips his phone from his pocket and holds it up to my face as evidence. 3 words, social media campaign. You need money, and the only way to guarantee that is to drag customers in on a wave. New people, city people, people willing to spend. Outsiders who will flock to this place for the authentic hook. After Evo spruces it up a little, because let's face it, nobody in this town is willing to come here and drop Linsdale like they've dropped you. You don't need them. What you need is fresh blood and expressive strategy. And lucky for you, I'm feeling sympathetic. So I'll extend an olive branch just this once to help you make that happen. I'm not gonna read any of that. It's not like you'll stand a chance using this method without me. Looks like I'll have to agree to be your knight in shining armor just this once. Well, I think you're wrong. Yeah. Kiana looks genuinely hurt by Michael's words. Lindell's is filled with good, kind people. Maybe they stopped coming to the cafe because Lottie's grandmother didn't run it very well. That's exactly why they stopped coming there. But they really are good. And we shouldn't hold that against them. And I'm sure they will come back here if we try to reach out to them. Kiana, so please don't give up on Linsdale yet, Lottie. If you could show the locals that this place is a worthwhile place to come to, that the food and drinks are tasty and the service is good, this cafe will survive. True. I'm sure the residents of Linsdale will come if you ask them, so I'll help you. I blink at the two in front of me, a little astonished by their arguments. Both actually making a great deal of sense, but whoever's approach I decide to follow, that probably means we'll be spending a lot of time together from now on. In that case, I will absolutely work only with Kiana, because fuck this guy. Linsdale is Baba's town, and considering the good memories I have with her, I'd like to think it's my town as well. That's not going to change. Getting the people of Linsdale back on our side should be my top priority. You're right, Kiana. Linsdale's coffee curiosity's home. We should focus our efforts here. I'm so glad. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow then. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Michael shrugged, dissatisfied, but he chooses not to push any further. I don't care about you. For the rest of the day, Kiana and Michael stay at the cafe, each offering advice from their own perspective. Not a single other customer comes in to order, and for once I'm glad. Planning takes priority, and before we know it, our discussion is stretched well into the afternoon and beyond, until the sunset calls an end to our little council. Obviously, we've just chosen our actual route that we're going to take. So that tells me all I need to know. That this game is going to take a much longer time. The only thing that would probably make this go faster is me not reading everything. But the thing is that not everyone can see what's on the screen, so it's very important that I read things, or at least sum it up, even if I'm not reading directly from the text. So, in a pickle. I'm going to have this end. I'm going to find a good scene to stop it at, and then we'll stop it. And maybe we'll pick it up at some other point. But as far as it goes for now, this just simply cannot continue the way it is. Just can't. As night rolls in, I say goodbye to a sleepy Kiana and Michael, close up, and decide to catch an early night myself, knowing I'll need all the rest I can get to prepare for the toil ahead. My head hits the pillow, and I pretty much immediately get tired. I wonder how this new partnership of mine is really going to work out before I slip off into a troubled sleep. Da-da-da-da! No. That way we could go back to this if we need to. I probably should have saved again sooner, but I didn't. So. Alright. We've saved. Yep. And since I'm about to end things, I'll let it play the music that it wants to play. It's not exactly 5 hours right now, but I'm just gonna let it be what it is and say that it's pretty much done. So tomorrow we will simply be playing Monster Sweethearts and nothing else. Love drinking and it not recognizing me anymore. If we have enough time after doing Monster Sweethearts, I can definitely return to this. If not, I will probably start finishing this next week on Friday. I will let you all know. Or I'll stagger it with a Sims video. Kind of just depends on how I feel. Because right now I'm kind of really honed in on these visual novels. So maybe when my focus on The Sims can be fully realized. But right now, all these visual novels I'm thinking about, I just can't stop playing them. So, that's what we're probably going to be doing for a pretty good while. So yeah. I don't know, this is kind of like really far into the stream, into the video, into the VOD, as it were. Obviously. No one has said anything. I don't know how many viewers I've had this entire time because I hide my viewers now, and I will probably be continuing to do that from here on out. Just because I just like the concept of caring about that sort of thing, because like I said, I don't do this for necessarily for people to even be watching. There could be no one watching right now, and there could be no one watching ever, and it just quite honestly wouldn't matter to me. This is something I do for myself, and that's really it. To be honest, I kind of like pretending. I kind of like the pretend to record myself doing things, you know, when I play stuff. Kind of pretend to present myself to an audience. So doing that in real life, even if no one's actually going to see it, it is satisfying for me. I do enjoy doing it. And yeah, and I don't feel bad about that, like, at all. But I mean, if there is anyone that's watching this on YouTube, because this is the place where they will be able to respond to what it is I'm about to say. Hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well, even if you've just put this on to go to sleep. Also, hello myself, who will likely be watching this at another point in time, because I like to watch my own content. Hi me, how's it going? How long has it been? Did you secure it? Are we successful? Do you have an important position within within it? These are questions for myself. And no, myself, you do not actually have to comment answers to these questions down below, because they're not going to understand what I'm talking about. I'm speaking vaguely enough that they probably might be able to infer what this is about. But who's going to be looking at it? Who is there to infer what I'm talking about? No one. No one. So, it doesn't really matter. What else do I have to say? I guess that's it. One piece of advice: never ever 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 in your life, give someone like Michael a chance. Don't even do it. Don't even do it. Do not be his stepping stone. He's not worth it. Listen to me. I'm being fully serious right now. He is not worth turning yourself into a stepping stone. No matter, even if he's not like Michael. Any person ever in your life is not worth turning yourself into a stepping stone for. If they are not who they need to be your friend, don't talk to them. If they are not who they need to be with you, don't talk to them. It's not worth the effort, it's not worth the time. And who's going to end up hurt by you neglecting your needs? Just you. Just you. You're going to be spending so much time accommodating for others that the only people who are going to be hurt is just you. And you need to learn to not hurt yourself just to avoid hurting other people. Don't ever give a man like Michael chance to turn you into a life lesson, because that's not what you are. You're a person. You're not a stepping stone. You're not a rung on a ladder to betterment. You are a person who deserves somebody who is at your level. You do not have to bring someone up to your level just because you are so incredibly desperate for someone. You don't have to do that. You deserve to find someone who is at your level. Alright, that's it. Heed my words, because again, if you do not follow this, the only person who will be hurt is you. The only person who will have negative consequences come as a result of not caring about yourself is you. And those consequences can be deadly. And you know exactly how I mean that. So, sorry, I'm very aggressive right now. I feel like I'm not talking in my normal voice. I have a lot of feelings about this man, and how I despise him, and how I wish he was dead. I hate him with every fiber of my being, and I'm not afraid to admit that, because I would rather hate a fictional person than hate a real person. What? Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Don't even do that to me. You know what? blocked and reported. So first, reporting, spam, this is a bot account, it could be all of these reasons. Could I provide more detail about this issue? I don't know. It's encouraging me to buy followers. There you go. And blocked. Okay. Also, banned. And furthermore, is it possible? No. As far as I know, yeah. Alright. Now that's been dealt with. I don't even remember what I was talking about. Sorry, that like totally brought me out of this. So, anyways, I hate this guy more than anything right now. And I'm glad that that's where the hatred in my heart is going to, and not somewhere else, because, just because. There's no other answer. Just because. So. Yeah. I will be going to bed now. Hope you guys have a good night. Good day. Good whatever. And if you're on my YouTube channel, which you probably aren't, this is just for, I don't know, for whatever reason. Hi. You don't have to do anything. I'm not gonna be like, subscribe, like, follow, bell. None of that matters. Just hi. Hello. If you reached this far, hello. I love you. Have a good night. Alright. I'll see you all tomorrow. Same time. 8 o'clock. EST. Bye-bye. It's really gonna end the music right now. Sorry. I'll mute myself now. Bye.